And hello everybody, I'm Jackson Mitchell here in Brookland News headquarters. We are monitoring lots of news, to say the least. Things are just getting started. The day's getting started again. I'm Jackson Mitchell. So good to be with you. We want to take you to all the stories that we're following. So we'll start with this one right here in Minneapolis. You were taking a look live there uh, in Minneapolis, where the mayor and city officials are speaking on how the Trump administration policies are affecting them. Let's listen in here.
Government right now is that we're seeing federal agents operate in communities across our country, not just St. Paul and Minneapolis, but in communities across our country in ways that certainly by impact, certainly have the impact and actually seem to have be designed for the purpose of making people more fearful and making people feel less safe in our community. That's a subversion. The problem is in St. Paul and in Minneapolis and all across the country is that we see federal agents showing up, and like I said, it feels to me intentionally. But whether it's intentional or not, federal agents showing up in communities across this country and having the impact of making people feel less safe, of making situations feel chaotic. And it is the responsibility of our police officers to respond to unsafe and chaotic situations in our community and help to try to be a stabilizing presence. And that's what I said earlier, and I think Chief O'Hare acknowledged this as well. And the truth is, you can interrupt me if you like, I don't even actually like the phrase crowd control because our goal has to be what I said at the beginning, to be a stabilizing presence, to be a reassuring presence, and as you've heard many people say today, to facilitate, not control a crowd, but to facilitate the crowd's ability to safely express their First Amendment rights. Now, one of the key things to that is we have people across this metro area who've been trained as peaceful interveners, people who've been trained as witnesses, as people who've been trained to be able to help be organizers. And when we show up to those protests, it's our responsibility to help enforce and follow the norms that help to keep that a peaceful protest, so that we can do our part as well to help be a stabilizing influence. And that's sort of what I was talking about when I said, we have to do the opposite of what they're doing. Sadly, we live in an era where we have to find all of our ways, whether that's community members, whether that's protesters, whether that's elected leaders, whether that's our brothers and sisters in uniform. We all have to find ways to help stabilize things that it feels like our federal government and our president of the United States are intentionally destabilizing. Yes, we need our officers to be helpful to be stabilizing presence in those spaces and in all of our spaces in our community. Thank you.
Do officials in each city currently have an open line of dialogue with the Department of Homeland Security just to get a basic sense of what you are responding to when the police does in fact end up, or are you essentially showing up blind at a chaotic confrontation?
Can you repeat the question so
I will.
we
Yep.
can have mics
Yep.
on everybody here? Thanks, Chief.
So the question, Ernesto's question was, do officials in our city have communication with the Department of Homeland Security so that when these large-scale raids happen, we're not going in blind? So we do work with federal law enforcement literally every day around violent crime, around people smuggling fentanyl into the country, gang violence, those types of things. That is a part of our job. But our officers that do work with federal law enforcement have very clear directives, and federal law enforcement is aware that we absolutely will have nothing to do with anything related to immigration enforcement. So as you are aware, the one instance that we've had in this city, we were caught by surprise because of that. But yes, on a day-to-day basis, we are still working with federal law enforcement to prosecute people that are carjacking people in this city, that are involved in gang violence, that are involved in smuggling drugs and shooting people. That still happens. But no, there is no communication around immigration enforcement.
Chief, what preparations are you making and what are you telling officers? Are you having
Mhm.
them have a riot gear at the ready just in case what have you been telling your officers in those roll calls that you've been
Yep. So the last 24 hours, I had the entire command staff with me, all of the chiefs at roll call, the leaders from our consent decree implementation unit present, as well as our officers that deal with response to large-scale incidents. So basically what I do is I have the consent decree implementation unit go over the city and the police department's policy around immigration enforcement to ensure everyone is abundantly clear where the guardrails are, and to talk about additional guidance that is coming out. Additionally, we have our folks talk about, from a tactical perspective, obviously because we're not going to get involved in legitimate First Amendment activity, but if something becomes a life-threatening emergency with a large crowd, ensuring that there is a plan beforehand, ensuring that our officers are aware that, oftentimes there's multiple agencies involved in these things, and we're finding out after the fact, ensuring that our officers are aware that they're only going to take orders from people appointed over them in the Minneapolis Police Department, and ensuring that there is a plan if we do have to rescue a person who may be injured or anything like that, that there is a plan to get in and get out as safely as possible. We will not automatically respond just because someone has called and asking for assistance. But if something is an emergency, there is no time to talk about and have it go up the chain of command and say, are we going to respond? But, things unfold very quickly, and we will do our sworn duty to respond to protect life when it's needed.
We've got time for about two more questions. Two more questions, please.
Mayor Fry, you described it as a when, not an if, that ICE will be breaking the law when they engage in this operation targeting the Somali community. What tangible action can the city of Minneapolis, can the police department take to actually protect people who have every legal right to be here and to hold ICE agents accountable if, as you described it, they do break the law?
I'll start by noting that all of this is based on reports that have come out recently from the media. If, in fact, those reports are accurate, and there are 100 federal immigration agents that will be deployed upon Minneapolis and St. Paul, specifically with the intention of targeting our Somali community, they're going to run into all sorts of constitutional impossibility that they can't begin to comprehend. Again, there's more than 80,000 Somali people that live in the state of Minnesota. A very tiny portion of them aren't citizens. In other words, the vast majority, almost all of the Somali people that are here in Minnesota and in Minneapolis are citizens. I feel that it will be a practical inevitability that when people are arrested by federal immigration agents, they're going to get the wrong people. They're going to make mistakes. They're going to screw it up so badly that they're not just violating habeas corpus, but they are taking away the rights of American citizens. I've heard recently some of the comments that Donald Trump has made. I've heard commentary that a number of people around this country are making about our Somali community as a whole, holding them at fault for the actions of a few. The perpetrators of any form of crime should be held accountable in the United States, regardless of what ethnicity, religion, or background you come from, period. And whole communities aren't then held accountable, though, for the actions of a few. I'm Jewish. But when Bernie Madoff was committing all sorts of financial crimes, nobody held me accountable for them. I don't know if Ted Kaczynski is Polish or not, but regardless, if he is, nobody held a whole bunch of Polish people accountable for what Ted Kaczynski did. I could give 13 more examples. But the bottom line is that we have a justice system in this country, and this justice system relies on due process. It's a justice system that we abide by. We have a constitution in this country. And for those that claim to be constitutional scholars, you can't throw that constitution out when it doesn't benefit your interest or doesn't hate on the groups that you hate. That's what we're seeing a lot of right now. Yeah, I'm going to have the chief say one thing, and we'll take one more question then.
I just wanted to add one point onto the original question around community and fears that things may be unlawful. We have experienced reports in this city, and I'm sure in St. Paul also, where people call to say that there's folks that are masked, that they're not sure if they're law enforcement, that they may be kidnapping people. Like, we have had those reports. I want to be clear to the community. The community should know that if you see something like that, that is legitimate, that you don't know if someone is law enforcement, you should call 911. And you should provide as much information as possible, because let's not forget, we very recently had tragedy in this state by someone who was purporting to be law enforcement. So please, let's be clear. That's something everyone should report, and that we will immediately respond to, and we will document, whether it's somebody's not sure if there's a kidnapping happening, somebody's not sure if that there's law enforcement present or not. And that's something else that's additional policy requirements that we are implementing, that we will document and report these types of things anytime that we hear it, and reminding our officers of their duty to intervene. So if there is anything that is a violation of someone's human rights or civil rights, excessive force or anything like that, they absolutely have a duty to intervene as police officers.
Okay, one more question. Hold on, one more question from someone who has not asked a question yet. Please.
Right here.
Thank you.
This is for Mayor Fry and also Councilman Osmond. We just heard the president say that he doesn't want Somalis in the U.S. and wants them to go back to their homeland. What's your response directly to him?
He's wrong, and we want them here. Somali people have been an extraordinary benefit. I'll say it again. Somali people have been a benefit to our city for longer than I have been in our city. They have started businesses and created jobs. They have added to the cultural fabric of what Minneapolis is.
Alrighty, you are continuing to listen in there to a press conference happening in Minneapolis, where officials are speaking on the Trump administration policies, and now they say they are affecting the Somali citizens of Minneapolis there. So we'll continue to monitor that. That feed is from KARE or CARE. Our thanks to them for having this ready for us. We do have some more news that is coming in right this moment. It is breaking news here in the Jonesboro local world. Before we get to that, I'll take you to some news we're getting in right now at the White House, though. President Trump is soon to hold and make an announcement. That announcement expected to be on these Trump accounts that will fund the next generation of Americans. We have that feed for you ready to go whenever he speaks. But again, we do have some breaking news we want to get to right this second. There is that image
to be here, a joint base and
okay. Issues there. That is excuse me, technical difficulties. We'll get it. Sorry, technical difficulties there. Excuse us for that. Was not my intention to play that video, Melania Trump. Now we should have it. That is the Jonesboro Parks director, Danny Caples. We're learning he is under investigation by the FBI. Jonesboro Mayor Harold Copenhaver said in a news release that the city is fully cooperating with the investigation and will continue to do so for the duration. Quote, Mr. Caples was immediately placed on administrative leave pending the outcome of this investigation. Assistant Jim Stearns will be the acting parks director until further notice. You know, why he's under investigation, why the Department of Justice, why the FBI is investigating him is unclear. This is Danny Caples, again, the parks director here in Jonesboro. It's unclear. The city's news release said any questions will be directed to the public information officer for the Federal Bureau of Investigations, Little Rock field office. So, unclear exactly the exact why Danny Caples, the Jonesboro Parks director, is under investigation. But again, we are learning he is under investigation. We are now going to turn to some breaking news just coming in. President Trump is now speaking as he's expected to make this announcement on these Trump accounts. Take a look here. Let's listen in.
Here with his wonderful wife, Susan, and they have special relationship. I think I can say that, really. It's very nice. I don't see too much of it. I see the opposite, but I don't see too much. I have two special people. And I've seen that. I've known that for a long time, and I think it's a tremendous thing. Also, the CEO of Altamir Capital, Brad Gerstner. Where are you, Brad? Brad Gerstner is a terrific fellow who's very much involved in this incredible thing that we're doing today, along with the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, Treasury Secretary, Scott Besson, Chairman of the Senate Committee on Commerce and Science and Transportation, Ted Cruz, House Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith, Vice Chairman of the House Republican Conference, Blake Moore, as well as the Chief Design Officer of the United States Airbnb co-founder, Joe Gebbia. I want to thank you all for being here. It's a great group. And I guess a potential Fed chair is here, too. I don't know. Are we allowed to say that? Potential. He's a respected person, that I can tell you. Thank you, Kevin. Today is Giving Tuesday. I don't know if anybody's heard that one before, but it is indeed Giving Tuesday, one of the biggest days of the year for philanthropy and charitable giving. And this afternoon, Michael and Susan Dell are committing to one of the largest private donations in American history, which will directly benefit the next generation of American children through the new Trump Accounts program that we created in our One Big Beautiful Bill. And Michael and Susan came to see me along with Brad, and they said, this is an idea. And I said, I think, it sounded just so good and so unique. But that's why he's been so successful, and they've been so successful in life and in business, because they're unique. Trump Accounts will be the first, I guess you could say, real trust funds for every American child, allowing family members, employers, corporations, generous donors to contribute money that will be invested and grow over the course of a child's life to be used for their benefit after they turn 18. So in other words, these are children that are going to, an investment's going to be made. That investment's going to continue to grow, we hope, right? We hope. And, but it will. And they'll feel like Michael Dell someday. But at 18, they'll have a lot of money, a lot more money than they would have had, and potentially a lot of money. But these accounts will track the overall stock market and will be 100% private property controlled by the child's guardians. In honor of America's 250th anniversary, the Dells are announcing today that they are giving 25 million American children $250 each to save and to invest in their personal Trump account. Now, that's the equivalent of $6.25 billion. In other words, to put it succinctly, Michael and Susan are giving $6.25 billion in total, and as a total contribution. That's big stuff. I don't care who you are. That's big. Come here, give me a hand. Let me have a little of that luck rub off. That's fantastic, Susan. These gifts will be available to the first 25 million children aged 10 and under the zip codes where their median income is $150,000 or less. So they're giving them to children that won't be born particularly rich, and they're going to be hopefully very rich someday. This will give millions of dollars, millions of children, middle-class families a stake in American prosperity, a benefit from the rising stock market, and a better shot at the American dream. It really gives them a shot at the American dream. Michael and Susan, I want to thank you for this extraordinary act of kindness and patriotism and charity. This is truly one of the most generous acts in the history of our country. I mean, you don't hear about things like that, and we got to let people know he doesn't want and she doesn't care about that, but I do. I think when somebody does that, you got to let them know about it. As I mentioned, this gift is being made possible by the largest tax cuts in American history, which our Republican majorities passed earlier this year, and the Speaker worked so hard, and John Thune and Jason and all of them, every one of them. Ted Cruz is with us. He worked so hard getting that done. That was the biggest, most consequential bill they say ever passed. And you know, if they remember, Michael, they thought we had to put that in 12 to 14 bills. I said, I don't know if we can hold it that long with the Democrats. And we said, let's try doing it once. And we did, and people were surprised, but we got it done. So I congratulate you guys. Amazing job. Under that bill, the federal government will also automatically be making a one-time seed contribution of $1,000 into the tax-deferred Trump accounts for every newborn U.S. citizen, fulfilling a promise I made in the 2024 campaign. Trump accounts should grow to be worth many thousands of dollars by the time the child is 18, and even more by the time they are 20 or even 30 years old. We think it's going to be something really unique and really special. We hope many others will follow Michael and Susan's example and make their own contributions. I'll be doing it too, to the next generation, including businesses, churches, philanthropists, family members, and parents themselves. I think we're going to have a lot of people, Susan. I think a lot of people are going to be contribute. A lot of people are watching us right now. They might not be $6 billion plus, but there'll be a lot. There aren't too many people that are in the 6 billion range, but there'll be a lot. A lot of friends of mine have already told me they're going to contribute a lot of money, and a lot of them are going to leave a lot of money in their wills, so that's very important. And as you watch us today, I hope you'll be doing that. Contributions to Trump accounts will also be a great benefit for employers to offer their workers, which they'll be able to do tax-free. It's tax-free. We expect hundreds of major companies to announce plans to contribute to these accounts in the coming months, and we've had tremendous interest in that regard. So the Trump accounts will be available starting on July 4th of next year. And Michael and Susan, to you again, it's an amazing act of just incredible everything. I mean, the life you've led to be able to do this, even to be able to, a lot of people have a good heart, but they can't give $6.25 billion. And Michael, probably knowing you, it's not the last of it either. It's not the last. But on behalf of the United States of America, I want to thank you both, and I want to thank all three. But I want to thank you both because you've been friends of mine, and it's a spectacular couple. This is really an amazing people. These are unique. And I'd like to have you come up and say a couple of words and tell us what you have in mind, because what you have in mind is good. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be with you here in the White House. And, you know, when you passed the Invest America Act on July 4th of this year, we were really inspired to see that happen. And this is something that, you know, Brad had first mentioned to us in 2021. We thought it was a great idea then, and it's amazing that it happened. And we also saw that this act would become a platform. And, you know, we believe the smartest investment that we can make is an investment in children. And this act has created a platform for families and friends and communities and companies and philanthropists to contribute to these accounts to create a savings and opportunity and hope and prosperity for tens of millions of children in this country. And Susan and I are super excited to announce our $6.25 billion gift to 25 million American children, 10 and under, and our gift will cover most of the children that are 10 and under that are not part of the federal program, the 0 to 2-year-olds, and who also live in zip codes where the median income is $150,000 or less. And I have spoken with a number of other wealthy Americans, philanthropists, and we are confident that others will join us because we all understand the incredible impact that a gift like this can have on the lives of young Americans. So again, it's a great honor for us to be here to be able to announce this. You know, when I was 8 years old, I got a passbook savings account, and I had, I think, about $8 in it. And you go to the savings and loan, and you give them a quarter, and they'd stamp your account. And I got to see the power of compound interest early in my life. And that has brought me here to this moment. And hopefully will inspire that kind of opportunity for many more young people in this country. So again, thank you for the privilege of being here.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Thank you very much. Susan, would you like to say something?
I'd just like to say how excited we are to be a part of this. We believe that when children have a future that they can see is worth saving for, then that will help build hope and opportunity and prosperity for generations to come. So we're so excited to be doing this and hope to have many people join in our efforts. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susan. So beautiful. Brad,
Well, first, it's an incredible honor to be here, and we wouldn't be here without the passage of the Invest America Act. And everybody up here today played a role in getting that done. The Speaker, Ted Cruz, in drafting the legislation so that when the President placed the call to the Speaker and said, let's make this happen in the big, beautiful bill, Congress was ready to act. They had the legislation drafted. But I couldn't be more grateful for the friendship and the partnership of the Dells that really show the best of America. Today is Giving Tuesday, right? And the fact of the matter is, for decades, we've talked about the wealth gap. We've talked about too many people left out and left behind. This president was elected on a Main Street agenda to get the rest of America into the game. And that's exactly what this does. It gets every American child, 3.7 million children born every year, will now start life off with an investment account, seeded with $1,000. And then you're going to have great philanthropists, great Americans like Michael and Susan, who are going to add money to those accounts. We're overwhelmed with the number of companies that want to contribute to these accounts. Already companies from Uber to NVIDIA, T-Mobile to Charter Communications, Dell, et cetera, the list goes on. And every day more companies are calling us, raising their hands and saying, we want to be part of this. It's like a 401k from birth. It's a benefit for the kids of our employees, right? Major philanthropists. But I think what this is going to unlock is the power of families. Moms and dads Venmoing and Apple Paying and $5, $10, right? And getting these kids into the game. When we had the roundtable at the White House earlier this year, Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO of Uber, said, after fleeing Iran at the age of 9 with nothing, he came to America because it was the land of hope. And he said what the Invest America Act does is it bottles up hope for every child in America. Whether you're in rural Mississippi or rural Indiana, where I came from, inner city Trenton or Compton, you're now in the game, right? That act alone, I think, reinvigorates the American dream. It reinvigorates the idea of free market capitalism. Too many people are losing faith in you, sir. By passing the Invest America Act and getting all these kids into the game, this is a transformational act in this country forevermore. Every child starts off life in the game with a piece of the American dream compounding in the upside of America. So thank you for having us here.
I think the secretary first. I defer to the brains.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think this is a major change in philanthropy and for American working families. It is the merging of President Trump's agenda of parallel prosperity, Main Street meets Wall Street. For the next 5 years, every child born in the U.S. will get a $1,000 Trump account that will be with them and compound for the next 18 years. Treasury Department with other branches of government is going to do financial literacy, and we are going to make sure that all American families have a stake in the success of the United States of America. So every day when the stock market goes up or down, and we believe over the 18 years it will go up and families will learn the power of compounding, that it will be a game changer people who have a stake in the system and become more and more vested in the system, they do not want to bring down the system. They want to make it better. So I think we will look back on today and know that these Trump accounts, they have started a new age of the capitalism and market interest for the whole country. I also think that it is a game changer, as we're seeing with Michael and Susan Bell today, that Americans are the most generous people in the history of the world, and the Trump accounts will provide a vehicle for philanthropists such as Michael and Susan and many more to contribute. And at Treasury, we are working, so Michael and Susan want to do it for children born in the past 10 years, a certain income level. As Brad said, it can be tailored, it can be to employees. It could be a philanthropist could adopt a state, they can adopt a school, they can adopt a zip code, they can adopt a street. And so we will constantly see these accounts be topped up. For those of you on the Treasury, will be running this on the operational side. For those of you who would like to, you can go to trumpaccounts.gov today and see the...
Alrighty, you are listening in there. That's Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent as they announced this initiative for the next gen of Americans, these so-called Trump accounts. That's what they're being called. We'll listen back into that when the president begins taking questions. In the meantime here, just a quick little interruption here to kind of break down what all of this is. You might be asking yourself, what? And I'll kind of explain to you how this is going to work. So essentially, for the next generation of Americans, there will be $1,000 put in to this essentially like an IRA type of account, like the savings plan essentially, and it will be invested into select stocks and different things like that. And then when the child turns 18, the parents can also put money in this, and so can the parents' employers, if I'm understanding everything here correctly. And after that, when you turn 18, it can be used for education, things like that, and it will begin kind of implementing and working as just an average IRA, like just an IRA, just normal IRA. So that is how these Trump accounts are going to work. So all quite interesting, I'll say, and we're gonna have to see how all of this goes in what it means going forward. We are going to sneak in a quick break here. When the president takes questions, we'll listen back into this conference that is ongoing. In the meantime, we're following it all. You are watching Brookland News Live. Our coverage continues here in just a moment. Welcome back into Brookland News Live. Our continued coverage there. We're continuing to watch that event over at the White House on the right side of your screen. Still to come, though, on our coverage here on Brookland News Live, we are watching this event. This was from earlier in New York City. One moment here. This was earlier in New York City. Luigi Mangione appears in court as his days-long hearing continues. We will delve into that here in just a moment. But to a local story we are following right now. The cold here in Brooklyn as the freeze continues. We'll take a look at your forecast here and where the weather stands right now, what the forecast looks like. Today, with the low is 28, high of 35. By tomorrow, it's going to heat up just a little bit, high of 40, low of 28. As we go into the middle part of the week, to late part of the week, I should say, high of 34, low of 28. By Friday, we're above freezing, continuing to be above freezing, high of 41, low of 28. The weekend goes almost to the 50s, not there just quite yet. We will continue monitoring where the forecast stands and where things go. Let's take you back over to this event happening live at the White House, where President Trump is announcing the so-called Trump account, an account that would invest into the future generation of American children, giving them $1,000, essentially operating as an IRA. We have that event live there on your screen from the White House. Let's listen back in.
Investment in their future, that changes their lives, and I hope and believe Michael and Susan are going to inspire millions across the country to do the same thing. When Congress passed Section 401k of the ERISA, I don't know that anyone realized how much it would change retirement plans. There's now trillions of dollars in 401k plans. They're going to be trillions of dollars in these. These are 401ks for kids. And Mr. President, these Trump accounts exist because you signed them. Thank you for your leadership. It's an honor to work with you.
Perfect. Thank you. First, I would just want to thank Michael and Susan for the kind gift. What you all have done will be transformational for 25 million kids. And a lot of people we can thank for the provisions in this big, beautiful bill, but there is no one to thank greater than President Donald Trump. And I'll tell you this, out of every executive I've ever worked with, there's no one that's been more engaging, no one that has been more involved. And the only reason why these investment accounts are in the big, beautiful bill is because he helped convince other members of Congress that this is a good idea. This has been something that has been discussed for a long time, but no one could ever get it passed. But who helped get it passed was Donald Trump. I can tell you that from day one throughout the process. And so that's going to affect millions of kids in their futures.
Thank you. I was not planning or prepared to speak today, but the gravity of the situation is not lost on me. I have 4 boys of my own, 13 and under, and on the heels of a $6 billion announcement, I hope that doesn't go without some major headlines, that I will be making an announcement of my own that I will be contributing $60 to each one of my children's accounts today. Actually, to try to bring some levity to that, every parent, every grandpa and grandma can now look and say, I can get my grandkid this little toy or something, and maybe that's going to continue to happen. But there is a new option and another way for them to be able to invest and have a lasting legacy. And as a dad of 4 kids, seeing kids in our neighborhood, them to have that opportunity is something that not every day in Congress, as I've joked with my colleagues, is the most productive day in my career. But to be able to be a part of something like this is, it makes everything worthwhile. I'm away from my kids a ton in this job, and being able to be a part of something like this, a small part that I played, is something that is transformational, and I'll be able to look back on this and be so grateful for this opportunity that I've had to be able to serve in Congress. Thank you so much. I appreciate the chance to be here.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Would anybody have a question? Michael, Susan?
Yes.
Brad? Please.
Yeah, one for you two. If you could, did either of you say you're donating how much? First question. And Mr. President, is there an educational value to this in terms of not just the money in the account? What can kids learn in this account?
Well, I think they can learn a little bit about the free enterprise system, they can really learn a lot about how life works, how business works. They want to go out and make a living for themselves, because maybe it's going to be a lot more than we think, or maybe it's not going to be quite as much as we think, depending on what happens with the world and the market. We'll try and do very well in that regard too, but there's a lot of learning to be done, and I think this is a big step forward.
And your reaction, did either of you say you're donating how much?
Yeah, we already said it, it's $6.25 billion.
No, I mean, with the reaction between the two of you, someone came up with the idea.
Oh, sure. Oh, well, so we kind of started with a smaller amount, to be honest. And we started talking about Texas only at the beginning.
And adopting the state of Texas.
Right. And then we thought about it some more, and we thought
Got pretty excited about the idea.
Yep, and we went back and forth, and as we do on these things, and we
got
ended
more
up
and more excited, and next thing you know,
this is where we ended up. So, but a
climbing.
lot of discussion and consideration over a long period of time.
Yeah.
We
believe
we feel great about it.
The greatest investment that we could possibly make is in children, and we've been investing in children for over 26 years with our foundation.
Yeah, and you know, there are 30 states already that require at least one semester of financial literacy, and hopefully all 50 states will do that. And you know, as children begin to understand that they have these accounts, that creates a real need for our schools, our parents, our community organizations to really begin to grow financial literacy in the country, which can only be a good thing.
It's really an amazing moment that 2 people would do that kind of a contribution. I mean, it's just an amazing moment. And it shows you there's a tremendous heart in great entrepreneurs. He's a great entrepreneur. They're both great entrepreneurs, because he probably wouldn't have done it without you. To be honest, that's the way it often works. And I know this relationship so well. There could be a lot of truth to that. But it shows you that there's a big heart in some pretty tough people. He's a tough cookie, but he's got a very, very warm spot. And what you've done, I don't think it's going to be talked about for a long time. It won't be forgotten. Thank you, sir.
May I ask a question? Thank you, sir. My question is about the logistics or the administration of the program. You obviously want to help poorer children. How will you help families perhaps who don't have access to computers or internet at home to make this program a reality?
Do you want to maybe answer that question?
Sure. And please speak in the microphone if you don't mind.
Well, first, Treasury, as the Secretary talked about, is going to be administering the program. And we should just say that Luke Pettit, the Assistant Treasury Secretary, has just done an extraordinary job with the Secretary in what I think will be the biggest consumer launch in the history of government. 60 million accounts are going to get created next year. And these accounts are going to be promulgated. All parents are going to have to do is to claim the account. So if they have access to an Android phone or a public library to go to a computer and gain access, they can claim that account. And whether they claim it or not, the account is going to continue to compound. So they don't have a deadline by which they have to claim the account. There's time. right? And there's going to be a lot of resources. Think about this. Kids in school, we're going to have schools engaged, helping to tell them that they need to claim their accounts, to educate them, et cetera. We're going to run a big public campaign around this. So we're just getting started. Today is day one. This is an extraordinary contribution, but it's the beginning of a drumbeat you're going to hear for the next 6 months leading up to the 250th anniversary of the country. I don't think there's anybody in the country who won't have heard about this by the time we get to July 4th of next year. And we're going to make sure, listen, we know that wealthy families have access to 529 accounts, right? This is an opportunity, and the instruction was, how do we get the 50 million other families into the game? This is the first time we've done that because we're auto-creating these accounts for every child at birth, and so we're going to be very focused on making sure that every family entitled to get one of these accounts is able to claim it and get it.
Daniel, do you have a question?
Yes, sir. These programs seem to create an opportunity for parents to create unprecedented financial security for their children, sir. Do you believe that these accounts will be a big part of your legacy when everything goes down? We've heard talks about you being legacy as a peacemaker, but this is a really big deal.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do think so, and I think it's a big part of everybody up here today. This was a group that was very instrumental, and in particular, obviously, Michael and Susan, it's a big part of their legacy. You know, they've got a big legacy anyway, but this is maybe going to be as important or more important than anything they've done thus far. It's, you know, looking back in 100 years from now, I think you're going to see some things that are they'll be talking about this very day. So thank you for that question. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. These accounts were originally discussed as a way to incentivize people to have more children. Are there any other policy proposals you're looking at like this to encourage the birth rate to increase?
Well, we are looking at programs. We're looking at, there's a certain Australian plan that people are liking and they're talking about. You know what I mean? There's a plan where, not for children necessarily, but it's for people, working people. And we are looking at other things different from this. I think this is very unique, but different from this, but very important. Yeah.
You mean the Australian retirement savings program?
Say it?
You mean the Australian retirement savings
That's what they're
program?
talking about. Yep, we're looking at it very seriously. It's a good plan. It's worked out very well. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, can you talk about what tax benefits these accounts come with? The information sheet that we just received said that when a child turns 18, they'll be treated like traditional IRAs and subject to a 10% withdrawal tax.
Please,
can you speak to when
Sure.
our children can be able to access these funds?
They can access them when they're 18, or they can convert them to an IRA at that time. During the 18 years, parents or employers can donate with a tax deduction up to $5,000 into each account, and then philanthropists, like Michael and Susan, can add an unlimited amount to the accounts. So $5,000 from employees or families, and then gifts from foundations and philanthropists can be an unlimited amount.
Mr. President, you said that you have been talking to your wealthy friends, as well as you, Mr. Dell, about contributing. Can you walk us through maybe who you've been talking to and how much more we can expect on top of
I think the people you probably would think I would be talking to. There's a group of people out there that have been very successful, and we've already started talking to them. You know, we're doing ballrooms, we're doing arcs, we have a thing that's being planned that's going to be a great tribute to the country, as you know. You probably heard about it. The arc that we're looking at by the bridge near Arlington, there's going to be something. We're doing some other things for Washington itself and for the country itself. But a lot of the people that have, gone in and done a real job with that. The ballroom, I think Michael and Susan, the next time we meet, well, I think hopefully we'll meet before then, but we're going to have a big event over in the ballroom to celebrate this. We're building a ballroom that they've wanted at this beautiful White House for 150 years. They've wanted it so badly. Right now we can hold 109 people if you're lucky in a room. It's a beautiful room, but it's 109 people, and we're building something. You see the trucks in the back. You see the clanging, the banging, and when it's completed, it'll be one of the greatest ballrooms anywhere in the world. It's going to be amazing. So people that were involved in that process, I have a lot of friends with a lot of success, and every one of them, I would be shocked if anyone turns us down. We're going to have a lot of big contributors, Jeff.
On a separate topic, if I may, sir, you had a call with Brazil's President Lula today. Can you tell us what you discussed?
Yeah, we had a great talk. We talked about trade. We talked about sanctions, because, as you know, I sanctioned them, having to do with certain things that took place. But we had a very good talk. I like him. Very good. We had some good meetings, as you know, but we had a very good talk today. Yes, I did.
You also pardoned the former president of Honduras, and he was released from prison
I
yesterday.
did. Well, he was the president, and they had some drugs being sold in their country, and because he was the president, they went after him. That was a Biden horrible witch hunt, which was, a lot of people in Honduras asked me to do that, and I did it. I feel very good about it. If you have some drug dealers in your country and you're the president, you don't necessarily put the president in jail for 45 years. That was a Biden-inspired witch hunt.
Did his letter impact your decision on that, sir, from Mr. Stone?
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Your decisions, recent decisions to Syria, renewed many hopes for the Syrian people. And now the minorities in Syria, like Kurds, Christians, and Jews, they once U.S. helped them to have some sort of autonomy and their rights being protected in the Syria. How do you
We're going to give them help, and I think Syria's come a long way. The new leader of Syria was here, as you know, 3 weeks ago, and he was really into making that country, bringing the country around. Not an easy job. Not an easy job. It's, centuries of problems. But I think he's going to do a good job. I mean, I have a lot of confidence in him. Yeah, please.
Mr. President.
In the broader context of the economy with these childhood investments, we just saw the biggest Black Friday in history, up 4.1% from last year, $26 billion. Hasn't told me about that. We also saw that they're going to spend $1 trillion on Christmas this year, $1 trillion. Increasing 4.1%. 25 states, gas is below $3, a handful below $2.50 and getting better. Energy policy matters. The economy
I like
matters.
this guy.
And timing matters.
Who are you with?
Real American Voice.
That's what I heard. That's what I heard.
But
I
timing
like you
matters.
very much. Keep talking.
So if you invest in these children now, the economy, the better the economy is, the better for the children, right? We're in a pretty good spot right now.
Sure. Well, I do, and I appreciate it. No, we have an amazing thing. We have over almost $20 trillion of investment coming in. I don't even know if you know that. 20 trillion, that's a lot by any standard, right? But Biden, as an example, I say this, his administration over a 4-year period had much less than $1 trillion. And we're up to 18, I guess right now, Scott, about 18 trillion in 10 months. And there's never been a country, China, no country has ever done anything even close to that. Even if you figure 20% of that, no country's done 20%. And it's because of tariffs and and I think because of November 5th, the election day. But we have now under construction, I guarantee you're expanding a lot of your different places, right, for Dell. But we have places like that. We have car companies. We have AI coming in at levels. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's amazing. And all of these places, hundreds and hundreds of plants, thousands, they're going to be opening, and they're going to be producing a lot of success, a lot of jobs. And I say it all the time. The king of Saudi Arabia said to me a year ago, he said, 1 year ago, your country was dead. And now you've got the hottest country anywhere in the world, and that's what we have. And it's one of the reasons Michael's able to do this. It's one of the reasons I'm able to be here and, having really run a very successful campaign. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions. We won the districts. I'll tell you, the district vote is the most impressive. 2,750 compared to 550. That's some difference. And we just had a tremendous election and a tremendous vote of confidence. And thank you very much for that question. Thank you.
Mr. President, if enough conservative lawmakers say they won't extend ACA subsidies, will you make a deal with Democrats?
Thank you, Press.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Press.
Will you make a deal with Democrats on ACA subsidies?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to end with that question.
Expand the travel ban, Mr.
Alrighty, the president there in the White House answering questions on these Trump accounts and a number of other things. Quite interesting. Working here on a graphic to talk about the explanation. What are Trump accounts? What is all of this about? We are going to get to it all. Give us just a moment here and I'll have that graphic ready for us. In the meantime, I want to talk a little bit about the forecast, where things are standing before we delve back into these into the Trump account. Sorry about that. Let's take you a live look here in Brooklyn from a camera from RDOT. There we go. A look at the intersection of School Street and Highway 49 here in Brooklyn. The time now 1:37. Let's talk a little about what this forecast looks like. It is going to continue to be cold, almost as cold as it has been throughout the last little bit. We'll talk about it. Wednesday, we're looking at a high of 40, a low of 28. By Thursday, it's a high of 34, low of 28. Friday, we're keeping that low of 28. I mean, we're waking up and it's going to be cold outside. Just a fact here. By Saturday, it's a high of 49 and a low of 42. Sunday, it's a very similar forecast here. So again, as we go through the weekend, we're going to see these temperatures remaining cold. Keep those sweatshirts, those jackets over the sweatshirts just available. And we're not going to see much in the way of rain, I believe. We're going to see cloudy conditions, maybe a little sun poke out. Maybe by tomorrow, we could even see a little sun poke out by Saturday, Sunday, and into early next week. The conditions are expected to get a little bit hotter. By Tuesday, we're looking at 53 as the high, but that's just by Tuesday. We'll see what the rest of the week gets us to. That's a look at your 4-day forecast right this minute. We're going to keep a look on all of it. You are watching Brooklyn News Live. The coverage returns here in just a moment. Welcome back into Brooklyn News Live. It is Tuesday, December 2nd, 2:41 p.m. Recapping here. We have a lot of news to get to. I'm Jackson Mitchell. So good to be with you. There is a lot to talk about. Let's talk about it. But don't worry, we did not forget. Luigi Mangione was in court earlier today. There's a look at the courthouse earlier today. We didn't forget about it. We're still going to talk about it. We are going to keep on another topic, though, that we have been talking about, and that is these Trump accounts. It's a pretty big deal. And I'll tell you, we have some. I'll show you a little bit of what we kind of got to tell you a little bit about the Trump accounts. Here's what they are. This is according to the White House. This is what the White House said in a release they posted actually during that little press conference that we were just watching on the announcement of what Trump accounts are. They say Trump accounts will be available to every U.S. citizen born between January 1st, 2025 and December 31st, 2028. These initiative tax advantage savings accounts create a created through President Trump's Working Family Tax Cuts Act, they enable a generation of American children to begin building wealth from the moment they are born. Each Trump account will launch with a one-time $1,000 government seed contribution. Families and others can contribute up to $5,000 annually. The funds will be invested in a broad stock market index, remain private under guardian control until age 18, and if fully funded and left untouched, could grow to as much as 1.9 million by age 28. Thanks to Dell's unprecedented gift, the first 25 million American children aged 10 and under living in zip codes with median incomes below 150,000 will receive an additional $250. This historic act of generosity will give millions of low and middle income children an even stronger shot at achieving the American dream. I want to note here that was according to the White House, so there's a little bit of bias in there, of course, because this is a White House initiative, but that is what they say these Trump accounts are, something that's going to invest into the stocks for you, going to go ahead, give you $1,000. Then if you live in a zip code that has a median income below $150,000, Dell is investing about $6 billion into this, and you will actually and are going to get you're actually going to get an additional, that was $250. So we are going to keep our eye on that. I do want to turn to, stand by here to some news we were just talking about. That key evidence hearing that Luigi Mangione was facing a little earlier today, that day 2 of this hearing. That's a look inside the courthouse a little earlier today. I want to tell you a little bit about what is this hearing all about. We know he's been in court for now 2 days. A judge in this case reviewing whether key evidence should be tossed in the murder case against Luigi Mangione. To kind of bring you up to speed here, Luigi Mangione is the man accused of killing the United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson in Manhattan. Camera footage released by authorities show what appears to be what they believe is Luigi Mangione kind of pulling a gun right out of his pulling a gun up and shooting Brian Thompson in the middle of Manhattan. Very clear if this was to be Mangione here. Prosecutors played the 911 call yesterday that led to Mangione's arrest at a McDonald's in Pennsylvania after a 5-day manhunt. Defense lawyers argued that police illegally searched his backpack and questioned him without Miranda warnings. 2 corrections officers testified that Mangione admitted having a 3D printed gun, but the defense challenged their credibility. Prosecutors also showed surveillance video tracking him for the shooting from the shooting to the arrest. The hearing now in day 2, waiting on an exact summary here. What happened today in court? That hearing has concluded, to my knowledge here. So we're just at this point saying, what was this hearing all about? And we will bring you guys updates when we learn exactly that. So again, Luigi Mangione appearing in court earlier today on this key evidence hearing on if him being questioned in that McDonald's where he was arrested after this 5-day manhunt was right. Was he read his Miranda rights? A big question going into today that we are going to stick with. Still to come, though. We are tracking a cabinet meeting that happened this morning between Trump and his administration. We're going to play a little bit about, plus Republicans in the House and the Senate holding press conferences. That's all coming up on this Tuesday edition of Brooklyn News Live. The coverage continues in just moments. And welcome back into Brooklyn News Live. Here, a live look in Brooklyn, School Street, and Highway 49. We'll continue to watch that camera and what goes on there. The House is in session right now. The representative that represents a district in New York is speaking right now. Why don't we listen in here for just a moment?
Critical vital counseling and training programs to labs. It doesn't make sense. Small businesses deserve better than slogans over substance. I urge my colleagues to oppose this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Despite what my colleagues say, there is no hotline that exists exclusively for small business. H.R. 4305 will fix that problem. It will provide an avenue for small business to engage with advocacy, a voice that is focused on advocating for Main Street. This bill passed out of the committee on a bipartisan basis, and as chairman, I am committed to getting our members the information they need to support Main Street. Ultimately, this information will come as an annual report to Congress upon enactment. But for now, we will continue to work with advocacy to understand concerns from small business across the country. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Texas yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 916, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on the engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to direct the chief counsel for...
Alrighty, we won't listen to this part of the what you're watching there in the House of Representatives. It's just it's kind of one of those things that's kind of, what do they call it? What's the word here? Parliamentary type thing, so it's not the most entertaining thing to watch. Okay, what we are going to do is, you're taking a look live there at the White House. We'll sneak in another quick break. When we come back, House Republicans held a press conference earlier today. Sorry for headphone users. Held the press conference earlier today. We're going to watch that. Senate Republicans also did. We're likely going to get to that a little later in the time. It's 3:50 here Central Time. Another break. When we come back, again, House Republicans holding a press conference. We'll watch it live. And welcome back into Brooklyn News Live. A lot still to come right here. We are going to delve into President Trump holding a cabinet meeting earlier today. That's a look at that cabinet meeting that occurred a little earlier in the day. We will get into that here in just a moment. But first, House Republicans holding a press conference. The weekly press conference. Here's a look just before it began. The camera should come on here at any moment now. They discussed a number of things. We also have this Tennessee special House election coming up a little later. We're going to talk about that. A lot to come up, a lot to news to talk about. Why don't we listen in, though, for just a moment? Again, this is House Republicans holding a press conference earlier today.
No. Well, good morning, everybody. I hope you all had a happy Thanksgiving and got to spend some time with friends and family. Before I begin, though, I need to acknowledge the tragedy that struck Washington just before Thanksgiving. Our National Guard was attacked on American streets, and so was our nation's generosity, compassion, and sense of security. It was wrong. It will always be wrong. So please join me in praying for the families, first responders, and every guardsman still in our capital today. Now, to the work before us in the House. Millions of Americans just returned from Thanksgiving on a holiday where they watched get more expensive every year under Joe Biden. His policies sent prices on gas, groceries, and everyday essentials through the roof. While things aren't fully back to normal, families are finally feeling relief this year because of the Republican affordability agenda. Thanksgiving costs were down 5% this year. Turkey dropped 16%, and gas prices hit a 4-year low, making it easier for families to gather. But we're not done. This week, House Republicans are taking direct aim at Washington's red tape that is crushing small businesses and draining household budgets. So think of this. Small businesses now pay nearly $14,700 per employee just to comply with federal rules. Meanwhile, families lose more than $16,000 a year to hidden regulatory taxes. And that's just unacceptable. So House Republicans are acting. Our affordability agenda will move forward with the Dump Red Tape Act and the Small Business Regulatory Reduction Act. These are real reforms to roll back Washington's overreach and put power back where it belongs. The power needs to be with the workers, with the families, and with the job creators, not with the government. Democrats created this affordability crisis. They buried families under regulations, spent trillions on pet projects, and siphoned off Americans' hard-earned money to appease their radical base. We're not letting that stand. House Republicans are actually cleaning up Bidenomics. We're ending Biden inflation and restoring an America that working families can afford to thrive again. Thank you.
Zach?
Yeah. Mr. Nunn.
Hey, thank you very much, Chairwoman. This week we're going to be running some very important legislation, particularly dealing with the Communist Party of China. I'm so thankful for our leadership team standing up to this. And let me tell you a little bit about what's happening in the heart of the heartland, right here in Iowa. Look, I started off my career as a counterintelligence officer for 20 years. I worked directly inside China, and we saw what communist China brought to the United States, not just in the buying of farmland, but literally sending agents to my district and pulling corn seed out of the ground so they could replicate it back home. But now they're not just growing or coming after what we grow in our fields, they're coming after what we grow in our classrooms. Most recently, a group from Des Moines Public Schools was taken on an all-expense-paid trip to be inside China. But the Chinese weren't there under the facade of friendship. They were there to collect information, to exploit, and to manipulate. They forced these kids to hand over their digital information require them to use WeChat, an internal public server for China, started an early process of cultivation, and in the counterespionage world, we consider this source recruitment. Consistently, I've had parents across Iowa say, how is this allowed to happen? And the simple truth is, there's no law preventing it. The Chinese government is creating a series of shell organizations to recruit kids to come to China and then exploit them the moment they set down in soil inside Beijing. This has to stop. And I'm so proud of this team for helping us stand up to what the Politburo in Beijing is trying to do to kids in Des Moines, Iowa, and across our country. We have the opportunity not only to push back, but to send a strong signal that we have a friendship opportunity with China that is real, but we will not stand by while Chinese communist agents attempt to recruit kids for future exploitation. Whether it's in ag or whether it's in the classroom, we have the opportunity to say no. And this team has stood up to do it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for your leadership.
Thank you.
$1 billion. That's how much money has been stolen from the hardworking taxpayers in my home state of Minnesota. And if that's not egregious enough, some of these taxpayer dollars have allegedly been diverted to al-Shabaab terrorists. Under the failed leadership of Tim Walz, Minnesota has become a hotbed for fraud. We knew it was bad, but now, thanks to the work of our new U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, the true size and scope of the crimes is being brought to light, finally. $250 million in the feeding our children scandal. The largest pandemic fraud case, by the way, in the country. 14 million robbed by a woman who fraudulently diagnosed Somali children with autism, then billed the taxpayer for the services that were never provided. Over 5 million stolen by individuals falsely claiming to provide housing assistance to those in need. These are just some of the fraud schemes that have been federally charged, and I want to emphasize that because our failed governor tried to claim that he's been prosecuting. He hasn't even investigated. There are even more, by the way, that are under investigation, including 80 autism clinics that are currently under investigation. Career fraud prosecutor and former acting U.S. Attorney for Minnesota, Joe Thompson, said the amount of fraud, quote, takes my breath away. Even the New York Times admitted that the fraud in Minnesota is, quote, staggering in its scale and its brazenness. Between the meals, housing, and autism therapy fraud cases, 86 people have been charged. Of those 86, 78 are of Somali descent. Let me be clear, it is not racist to call out criminal behavior. And we're going to not cower to baseless labels while Minnesotans, including law-abiding Somali Americans, get robbed blind. While Tim Walz refuses to take accountability for the fraud he created and enabled, President Trump is committed to justice for the crimes against the taxpayers of Minnesota, and I am too. I want to thank Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent for launching an investigation into this important issue. Minnesotans deserve answers and accountability, and we're not going to rest until they get both. And thank God for President Trump raising this because no one was covering it. We've been sounding the alarm on this fraud for over 3 years. No one in this room and no one back at home was reporting how bad this is. Finally, because of our president raising the issue, people are talking about it. And I'd be remiss if I didn't mention before I left what our conference chair talked about when we started. My wife Jackie and I are praying for the family of Sarah Bergstrom as they grieve this infuriating and unfathomable loss. We're also praying for Andrew Wolf as he continues to fight for his life. These two guardsmen are heroes who answered the call to keep this city safe. Justice must be executed swiftly for this heinous and targeted act. And with that, I yield to the leader.
Thank you, Whip. Our country was shocked the day before Thanksgiving to see just a senseless, violent act of this tragedy attack on our National Guardsmen. here in D.C., the West Virginia National Guardsmen that were both attacked for just doing their jobs and keeping D.C. safe. I too want to extend my prayers and sympathy to Sarah Beckstrom's family for the horrible loss of her life, and just senseless loss of life for such a young girl with great promise. And then, of course, Andrew Wolf, who is still at the hospital fighting for his life from the gunshot wounds that he suffered. And we keep him in our prayers, his family as well, and pray that he is able to recover and come back. And I know the people of West Virginia share that. The people of America share those prayers. This week we have a number of bills we're bringing to the floor to continue to address some of the problems that were created by the Biden administration that drove up inflation, that drove up higher costs. We saw so many ridiculous rules and regulations that added cost to the products we buy, our small businesses that were under attack. And so this week we're bringing a number of bills to reduce those regulatory attacks on small businesses. Giving small businesses relief also gives families relief in terms of lower costs. We're going to bring more bills that came out of the Education Committee to take on what is happening in our universities and our schools, where the Chinese Communist Party tries to move Confucius Institutes into our schools, teaching our children, trying to put communist ideas into our children in our schools. And so we're going to continue to have more transparency and prohibit that kind of money coming in from China to our schools. We're bringing the SCORE Act to give some structure. Over the years, you've seen lawsuits erode the ability for the NCAA to even police college athletics, to the point where now it's the wild, wild west. There are no rules in place, no structure. You have people that can play until they're 26 years old in college athletics. You don't have any protections for a lot of the student athletes. And so we first restore the ability for policing through the NCAA. Congress won't be doing the regulations. It will be the NCAA having the ability to police college athletics again. We also protect women's sports. We protect Olympic sports by ensuring that you have an equal number of women's sports to men's sports, that you have a minimum number of sports, so that a lot of the Olympic sports that are so important to our country, as we see the Olympics coming up here again. In many cases, our Olympians come from the college ranks, and so we protect that too. And again, just putting structure in place for what is right now wild, wild west atmosphere. And we're going to continue to work on healthcare proposals to ensure that families have choices and lower premiums. That's what Republicans care about. Democrats have never cared about that since they passed the Affordable Care Act and all the broken promises and lies that went with it. If you like what you have, you can keep it. Probably the most broken promise in all of politics, where millions of families lost the good health care plans that they liked because of the Affordable Care Act. And of course, there's nothing affordable about the Affordable Care Act. All we've seen is increased cost, 80% premium increases. Democrats just concerned about bailing out insurance companies who get record profits, while families see higher premiums because of that failed law. What we want to do is give families options, lower premiums for families. And again, we've brought some bills to the floor already. We're going to keep bringing bills to the floor to do those two things, to lower premiums for families and give them options so that they can get what's best for their families. They don't have to be enforced into a plan that the government tells them they have to be in, that's too expensive for them and doesn't work for their family. They can buy whatever they want that makes sense for them and for their family. So we're going to continue to work on that too as we move an aggressive agenda, and that agenda is led by our Speaker, Mike Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Leader, this leadership team, Colonel Nunn, for being here with us this morning. There is a lot going on, and we want to give you some updates on things. I hope everybody had a blessed Thanksgiving. It is true that our hearts were heavy, of course, with Sarah and Andrew, these two selfless National Guardsmen who were senselessly attacked while they volunteered for service to defend the rest of their fellow Americans, and they literally took bullets for it. And so our prayers are with Andrew as he recovers, and our hearts and prayers are with the family of Sarah. It reminds us that freedom isn't free, and some people make the ultimate sacrifice so the rest of us can have that. You know, I was reminding our conference this morning, 1789, our first president, George Washington, was the first to issue a national day of thanksgiving and prayer, a proclamation. And he declared that because the Congress requested it of him. And of course, Washington was the first and best person to do that, to start the tradition. And he wrote famously in his proclamation, he said, it is the duty of all of us. It is our duty to acknowledge the blessings of God, to be grateful for what he's done for our country and all of us individually, and to humbly implore his protection and favor. It's never been more important to do that, and it's a great reminder. Thanksgiving is a uniquely American holiday, as we know, and it's a great time to sit around the table and be reminded of those blessings, and chief among them is the freedom that we enjoy. And we do not take that for granted. So it's proper, appropriate for us to acknowledge those sacrifices. Now, there's a lot going on across the country. There's a special election in Tennessee today, you may have heard. Tennessee's 7th District. I spent all day there yesterday. I think it was 10 hours and 12 events, I think. I was with Matt Van Epps, our Republican extraordinary candidate for the seat there that is open and will be filled today in the election. He's running against someone who truly is, by any objective measure, a real radical. She famously said that she hates Nashville, which is the largest city in the district, which is kind of an interesting campaign strategy, and hates country music. You know, it's Tennessee. So Matt Van Epps is an extraordinary candidate by contrast. He is a lieutenant colonel in the Tennessee Army National Guard. He's a combat veteran. He flew combat missions, deployed 8 times over to the Middle East, and dodged missiles and bullets for his country. He worked in Tennessee state government and is a highly capable, competent, calm, common sense conservative. He's exactly what that district needs. We're excited for him, devoted husband and father, America First patriot. So I'm just, hey, if you're in Tennessee's 7th District, Nashville, and 14 counties, go vote today. It matters. Special elections are strange animals, and anything can happen. And when you're in a deep red district, sometimes people assume that the Republican, the conservative will win, and you cannot assume that because anything can happen. So we encourage everybody to go out there and make that happen. The people are fired up. I was there and really enjoyed the energy there. We're going to see that across the country next week as we go into this very important midterm election next year. I mean, in all the weeks ahead. And as we go into that election, remembering again how important all of this is. And as we put some posters up here to remind you and remind all of ourselves what an extraordinary run we've had in the 119th Congress. Now, in spite of the fact that we had razor-thin majority, I mean, it many times, as you know, 1 or 2 vote margin, we still have had one of the most consequential Congresses in the great history of this extraordinary nation. And you know, if you look at what has been accomplished for the first 10 months of this term, this year, the 119th Congress, this new administration, you can stack that up against any Congress in history. I think it's probably in the top 5 in terms of marquee landmark achievements. And, you know, part of our, both a blessing and a curse is we did so much of it in the One Big Beautiful Bill, the Working Families Tax Cut. There's so much to talk about. It's as if it just got brushed aside. But the component pieces of that is some of the most nation-shaping, productive, pro-growth policies that have ever occurred to help all Americans. And we look forward to all the provisions of that bill being implemented beginning really in earnest in the first part of the year. And so the first quarter, second quarter will be a very different scenario. But we're excited to go through that. We can't fix everything overnight. And the Biden-Harris administration, as we said so many times, in 4 years really destroyed almost every metric of public policy. Don't go flip a switch to do that. It takes some time. And we've been working earnestly and around the clock to do that, to work on solutions, to solve all those problems, and to make government more efficient and effective and responsive. Republicans have been delivering and working to bring down costs for American families, to fix the Democrats' broken health care system, and to rid our streets of violent criminals and dangerous illegal aliens. All this has been our goal since January, and we've been delivering. And as the year comes to an end, we started to reflect upon what we've done in that first 10 months and ultimately the first 12 months, and it's really something. The Working Families Tax Cut, let me just tell you some of the components of that, because people seem to have forgotten. It was a permanent extension of the 2017 tax cuts, which is collectively, it's the biggest tax cut in U.S. history. Had we not passed the big bill, we would have had a $5 trillion tax increase on all hardworking American families as that expired in December. It was a marquee achievement. We also in that included permanent estate tax relief extensions. We had landmark Medicaid program reforms, which the CBO has said is going to save $185 billion and reduce premiums on everybody for their health care. We expanded the SNAP work requirements to get ineligible recipients off, young able-bodied men with no dependents or health problems. They shouldn't be riding the wagon, and they won't anymore. In the bill, we increased border enforcement and funding, generational investment in those things, and it's worked because guess what? The border is sealed. And we don't have all these illegals coming across the border anymore. We included no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, increased standard deduction for seniors, free tax savings accounts for every child born in America, which we'll be announcing at the White House in an event this afternoon. Business tax provisions to incentivize investments and innovation. That's all in the bill and much more. We codified 67 of President Trump's America First executive orders so far, and there are many more to come. We repealed Biden-era regulations with 23 Congressional Review Act resolutions. Now, this is important, too. We've been making history along the way over the last 10 months. In the entire time that CRAs, Congressional Review Acts, have been part of the law, only 20 had been signed into law since the inception of that instrument. This year alone, we have already passed 23 of those out of the House, and 16 of those have been signed into law. That's a big thing. We've restored regular order to the appropriations process, and y'all know how what a big thing that was. A goal of mine since I became Speaker a little over 2 years ago was to restore regular order, because instead of governing by an omnibus before Christmas, which is no way to do stewardship, we wanted to get back to 12 separate appropriations bills. And as you saw, when we reopened government, one of the things the President signed was 3 regular order appropriations bills signed into law. What a marquee achievement. We had agriculture, legislative branch, military construction, VA bill signed into law, and both chambers and the appropriators are working right now to put the next bills, get them prepared, and get them enacted and signed into law. We've also, in the last 10 months, defunded wasteful spending through rescissions, billions of dollars there. We passed and signed into law the Genius Act, the bipartisan landmark crypto legislation. We passed and signed into law the Laken-Riley Act, the Halt Fentanyl Act, and the Take It Down Act. And the House has passed the SAVE Act, the Illegitimate Court Counter Action Act, Protecting American Energy Production Act, the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, Fix Our Forest Act, the Ticket Act, Unlocking Our Domestic LNG Potential Act, American Entrepreneurs First Act, Stop Illegal Entry Act, Made in America Defense Act. I could go on and on and on. Remember, these are just the top lines. The House has passed 331 pieces of legislation this year that will directly improve the quality of life for millions of American families. And that's a lot to be thankful for. By the way, just this week, as was mentioned earlier, President Trump is signing into law the IRS Math and Taxpayer Help Act. It received little fanfare in the media, but it's a bill that will provide taxpayers fairer treatment when corresponding with the IRS regarding tax returns, and that's a big thing as we go into tax season in the first quarter. It's the type of work that House Republicans are doing here every day in these halls. We're working on real solutions to real problems for our constituents. As I mentioned, the Working Families Tax Cut, if we were just to go through every provision of that bill that's going to make life easier and safer and more affordable for American families, we would be here until Christmas. So I'm not going to do that for you. But we're not going to rest on our laurels, okay? The American people delivered a clear mandate last fall for us to fix everything. And we're going to sprint through the finish line next November. We'll be adding a new member. I expect Matt Van Epps is going to win that election today. And we will bring our freshman class of Republicans up to the number of 36, adding another vote to that margin every single day, and we'll keep working. We're more confident than ever that the Working Families Tax Cut provisions are implemented. As that happens in the first quarter, second quarter, American families begin to receive financial relief. Republicans are not just going to hold on to the majority. We're going to grow it. And over the next weeks and months, House Republicans will advance legislation to continue to bring down the cost of health care for working families, to ensure our fighting force remains the most lethal and the best prepared in the world, and to fully fund the government for the upcoming fiscal year in a responsible way while maintaining good stewardship of taxpayer resources. This week, as the leader mentioned, we'll pass legislation to reduce the regulatory burden on small businesses further, to keep the Chinese Communist Party out of America's classrooms. That's a big and important endeavor. And to establish a landmark nationwide NIL framework for collegiate athletics and empower student athletes to maximize their college experience. Despite the unrelenting stream of palace intrigue stories that fill the pages of your publications, House Republicans remain united and focused on delivering results for our constituents. That's how we've gotten this done. That's how we'll continue to do it. And that will be happening in earnest in the weeks and months to come. So we'll take a few questions if you have them.
Speaker.
Okay. You're so eager. I got to get it.
We have a relationship at this point. First off, happy Thanksgiving as well. But quick question: what are your thoughts about and not related to the Minnesota welfare scandal, but specifically, what are your thoughts about President Trump calling Governor Walz retarded?
Well, look, that's not the word that I would choose. I think his reaction was probably a spontaneous one to the enormous amount of fraud that was announced there. We're thinking it may be, it could be $2 billion. Congressman Emmer, of course, represents that state, and it is an outrage. And we're told that this was funding terrorist organizations in Somalia. And so it's a lot to look into. I mean, all of us, when we heard the news, we reacted in different ways. And you know, that's not the word I would choose. But I think everybody understands how absurd and crazy that is, and how Congress has an immediate obligation to look into it, and the administration is as well, and we're going to get down to the bottom of that. Governor Walz appears to have a lot to answer for, so it was a really stupid thing.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. You talked a lot about your accomplishments, and one you didn't mention is the SAVE Act, which the House has passed twice. It's still awaiting action in the Senate for some reason. But many are still asking when an in-person, same-day, hand-counted paper ballot measure will be passed, and will that be done in time for the 2026 election?
Yeah, I've been asking that myself. I think that would be a really important measure to eliminate you know, fraud in elections. And there is some element of fraud in every election. We all know that. And we have a duty as lawmakers to prevent as much of that as is humanly possible. The SAVE Act has been a big priority of ours. I think I did mention it in the list, but it was so long. I certainly intended to. It's an important measure, and we would certainly love to get that signed into law. We need a little help in the Senate, of course, to do that. We don't have control over all elections. The states in our system, as you know, have a lot of responsibility over that, and that is federalism. We support that. The states have that in their jurisdiction of authority. We don't want to federalize all elections because that could open up a whole other can of worms. But with regard to federal elections, at least, you know, elections for Congress and Senate, we do have some say. And so the SAVE Act would be an effort to ensure that we eliminate as much fraud as possible. I've obviously been a big champion. I was a co-author of it before I became Speaker. We've been working on this, and we'll continue to try to get it done. So it's a big priority. Yes,
Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Speaker.
yes, ma'am.
Speaker.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Elise Stefanik wrote on social media this morning that you are protecting the deep state by not including a provision in the Intelligence Authorization Act. What's your reaction to this claim, and why is House Republican leadership not united on this?
Well, all of that is false. I don't exactly know why Elise won't just call me. I texted her yesterday. She's upset one of her provisions is not being made, I think, into the NDAA. I explained to her on a text message as soon as I heard this yesterday. I was campaigning in Tennessee, and I wrote her and I said, what are you talking about? This hasn't even made it to my level. The way regular order works is, and I think she should know this, we'll be talking about it, I'm sure, today. The way this works is that it has to go through committees of jurisdiction if it will be attached to the NDAA. And this provision that she's working on, I think, is under the jurisdiction of judiciary. And so there's a four corners engagement and agreement that's required. You all know how this works. The two chairs and the two ranking members of the committees of jurisdiction, which would be judiciary in the House and Senate, all have to agree, or at least 3 out of 4 have to agree. It's typically unanimous to make sure that it makes it onto the bill. Well, in this case, I found out last night, this wasn't even on my radar, that apparently didn't happen. I haven't even talked to those chairmen. I haven't had time because I got in late last night. But apparently those 4, the 2 chairs and the 2 rankers in both chambers did not agree, and so that provision was dropped out of the NDAA. It doesn't mean it can't become law or even that is a final decision. But I sent my friend Elise a text last night, and I said, can you find out what the issue was, and I'll help you resolve it. I support her provision. I mean, I would vote for it. I think it's smart. And I'm not sure exactly
Okay,
why.
you've been listening there. House Republicans holding their weekly conference. We'll see where things go there as they were just beginning to take questions there. A lot more to get to. Another shot there. This was House Democrats holding their press conference a little earlier. That's coming up. We're going to talk about it in just a moment. What they said there, we'll air it in its entirety here. It's a little shorter than the Republicans' press conference. We will listen into that here in just a moment. But for now, a quick break. Brooklyn News Live returns in just a moment. Welcome back into Brooklyn News Live. I'm Jackson Mitchell. So good to be with you. Our coverage is going to continue. We are watching so many stories. The Senate floor, you're taking a look live there at it. Having a quorum call. Might discuss a few more bills later. Not sure what their agenda looks like. We'll keep our eye on that. In the meantime, though, House Democrats holding their weekly press conference. Let's listen in.
Good morning. Hope everyone had a happy Thanksgiving. Before we begin, I want to say that our hearts are with the family of National Guard Specialist Sarah Breckstrom, who was tragically murdered last week here in the district. House Democrats are honoring her memory and continue to pray for the recovery of Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf. This tragedy should never have happened, and will continue to support the investigation on this deeply troubled individual and how they were able to carry out this horrific attack. Now, we'd like to talk about the affordability crisis that is plaguing hardworking families and Americans all over this country. This past week, Americans experienced this sticker shock as they went to their Thanksgiving dinners, as they went to the grocery store, and as they decided to get a jump on buying Christmas presents. In every town, every community, every rural community, the cost of living continues to become more difficult for families to bear. From groceries to clothing to rent and utilities, Americans are seeing these expenses go up with no relief in sight. And not only is there no relief in sight, there's no agenda from House Republicans on how to address this. Donald Trump promised to lower costs on his first day in office. This was one of the many broken promises from this president. The Republican economic policies have only made this worse. On top of the cost of living crisis, Americans are on the brink of losing access to quality and affordable health care if Republicans allow the affordable care tax credits to expire. There is no time to waste. We have a discharge petition that is active, that has Democratic support. That is the only path to deliver the healthcare certainty and stability that Americans need. We heard during the shutdown from dozens of Republicans who gave public statements saying that they supported the Affordable Care Act tax credits to their constituents. This is their opportunity to make that right. This is their opportunity to stand up for healthcare, to stand up for their constituents, and to stand up to Speaker Johnson and Donald Trump, who are willing to let these tax credits expire to hurt the American people. Now, this is the only real solution, and Republicans should take it before it's too late. Now I'll turn it over to Vice Chair Ted Lieu.
Thank you, Chairman Aguilar. I also want to add my sincere condolences to the family of Sarah Beckstrom, the National Guard soldier senselessly killed last week. And I also pray that Andrew Wolf, the other National Guard soldier fighting for his life, pulls through. As Chairman Aguilar has said, we have an affordability crisis. That's one reason Donald Trump is polling at the lowest level ever for a modern day president at this point in a term. only 36% approval, over 60% disapproval. And for folks who shopped on Black Friday, last Friday, according to Salesforce, average prices across all products increased 7%. And then specifically for household goods, prices increased 24%. Things like furniture, appliances, dining, and decor all skyrocketed. And what is Donald Trump doing? He wants to make sure his Great Gatsby ballroom is as big as it can be. Trump and his rubber stamp Republicans are not focusing on the affordability crisis. And now we have healthcare costs skyrocketing. And if we don't extend the ACA tax credits, it's going to mean that millions of Americans are either going to lose health insurance or pay a lot more for the healthcare premiums. Now I'd like to talk about war crimes. Last week, Secretary Hegseth lied and denied media reports that the U.S. military ordered a second strike on defenseless shipwrecked survivors. Then yesterday, both the White House and Hegseth said actually it was Admiral Bradley who ordered the second strike. I served on active duty as a JAG for 4 years and then an additional 21 years in the reserves. And let me be very clear, killing shipwreck survivors is a war crime. The Pentagon's own Department of Defense law manual on the law of war literally says that, quote, orders to fire upon the shipwrecked will be clearly illegal. The Department of Justice must conduct an investigation into the war crime and hold all those accountable, including Secretary Hegseth. He allegedly said, quote, kill them all. If the Trump administration does not hold the people accountable, I guarantee you a future administration will do so because there is no statute of limitations for war crimes. And now I have a message for the members of the United States military. Thank you for your service to our great nation. And for those of us who served, we know that we all followed a code of conduct. And part of that code of conduct is to not lie and to accept responsibility. Unfortunately, the head of the Department of Defense, Secretary Hegseth, engaged in dishonorable conduct. He stated on national TV, quote, I watched it live. We knew exactly who was in that boat. And instead of accepting responsibility for what happened, Hegseth chose to throw Admiral Bradley under the bus. Shame on Pete Hegseth. He is a coward. He must resign. You deserve better.
Questions? Michael.
You and the vice chair have spoken about affordability this morning. I'm sure message you heard from your constituents when you were back home last week. But the White House, after some of the Black Friday numbers came out, said that the record Black Friday spending is an indication that some of the affordability sirens that you all have sounded are a little bit hyperbolic, or a little bit, kind of overblown. What's your reaction to the White House? Kevin Hackett was on the Sunday show this weekend. What's your message to the White House who's saying, look at the consumer spending numbers, look at how Americans are continuing to spend money, and that's an indicator that, again, some of what Democrats are saying, is kind of, overblown.
People waiting in line to get a deal doesn't necessarily mean we have a soaring and roaring economy. It means people are looking for a deal. And so the only way we truly know what the economy looks like is, look, our members of Congress are out in our districts, we're out in our community, we see it, we talk to our friends and neighbors, and we hear from them the affordability crisis that they're in. We hear direct stories from them on their healthcare premiums doubling and getting notices and having to think about whether they're going to go without healthcare for the next year if these premium increases stay. That's what we hear. So, but look, in communities all across the country, people, Black Friday is a tradition to go wait in line and to try to get a deal, to try to get ahead on the Christmas shopping. But Kevin Hassett is in the White House, is just continuing to perpetuate lies. If they use one anecdote as a reason to call for a good economy. One of the things that they can do and that they can control, though, is they can produce real data. They can fund the Bureau of Labor Statistics. They can fund agencies that give us good data so we have an understanding of what is happening with the economy. They don't want to do that. Because they know that the tariffs that they've imposed on Americans are crushing people. And they know that those costs are thousands of dollars that people will face this holiday season.
All right, maybe a little.
I
There we
find it
go.
really funny Republicans are making that argument about Black Friday setting records. The reason it set records is because prices increased. That's why, because people are paying more and getting less. And that's why you see consumer sentiment surveys that shows that consumer sentiment has been rapidly dropping. Polls after polls show that American people know that affordability is a crisis and they want Trump and Republicans to do something about it instead of focus on stupid things.
Yeah, we'll get to Tyler, but just one last point. None of the bills, Michael, it's a fair question. None of what we're seeing on the House floor, comes back to addressing,
Okay.
this issue.
While one there we go. Okay, sorry, some technical difficulties there. While I would love to keep watching this, I feel like people oftentimes find it a little hard to watch when the mouth and the voice isn't matching up. So a technical difficulty there leading to that. I apologize for that. It's not something on our end, but something from the press conference a little earlier in the day. So we'll keep our eye on that. In the meantime, a lot of headlines are happening right now from the Capitol to right here in Brookland with this weather. Let's take a look at just some of the headlines Brooklyn News is following right now. It's a lot, I'll tell you that. We're watching we're watching all of it. Let's break down where that all is. This Venezuela boat strike rift, it is continuing. Hegseth is addressing in a cabinet meeting. We are going to air that a little bit later here. Plus, Jonesboro Parks director is being investigated by the FBI. That's some news that we are learning just within the last few moments or so. You heard it there first. The Jonesboro Parks director being investigated by the FBI in the Department of Justice. Unclear exactly why at this point in time. The city of Jonesboro saying he has been put on administrative leave, and the deputy parks director has been reinstated in that position, at least for now here. Taking out some more news, we're following strikes in Venezuela could come soon. Also some news coming out of this cabinet meeting, Trump saying that is imminent and could occur at any moment, really, at this point. As again, we were just talking about this rift, the U.S. continuing to strike boats in Venezuela waters and overseas, if you're here in the U.S., likely in the Caribbean, saying they are bringing drugs and the cartels or drug trafficking to the U.S. Plus, some big news we're following. It is election day for the Tennessee special election. We're probably going to dive into that a little later in the evening. It's this election, the Democrats say there is a possibility of them to win, though this is a district that is extremely Republican and has been Republican for some time, a Republican stronghold. We'll see there what things look like. Plus, today, President Putin of Ukraine and Steve Witkoff of the U.S. Are meeting in Russia as the Russia-Ukraine war continues. This comes after there was an initial proposal by the U.S. Ukraine kind of saying, well, it didn't really have anything that we wanted in it. It had a lot about what Russia wanted in it. Essentially not really denying it, but kind of refining it. And it looks like that's exactly what they're doing today. Putin, for Ukraine, they're hoping that maybe he'll back off of some of those, the big negotiations here. Ukraine not willing to give up any land. That's a big deal there. And we are going to continue to monitor all of these stories there on your screen. There is much more that we're following, though. We'll take it to another story out from TSA. They are saying in recent days that they'll begin charging people who don't have the proper ID. That is some news coming in. They're going to fine travelers who are lacking the real ID or their passport. That, give me 1 second here. So again, this news all just in. Again, TSA to find those travelers lacking proper ID. I have a story up over on brooklandnews.com. Let me see if I can pull it up on your screen so we'll kind of read it here together. I believe I can. Let me see here. There we go. I see it. Let's see if we can pull it up so we can read it. There we go. Let's take a look here. This is, again, over on brooklandnews.com. It reads, quote, flyers flying without a real ID or passport will be charged starting February 1st, 2026. Beginning February 1st of 2026, passengers who fail to present a valid form of identification and still wish to fly have the option to pay a $45 fee to use a modernized alternative identity verification system called TSA Confirm.ID. This system will be used to establish identity at security checkpoints. If you're required to pay the fine, it is valid for a 10-day travel period, allowing you to use the identification that's not accepted for 10 days. A release by TSA said, quote, currently more than 94% of passengers already use their real ID or other acceptable forms of identification. TSA expects increased wait times for passengers who do not provide an acceptable ID. Released by, or let me keep going down here. It says, quote, identity verification is essential to traveler safety because it keeps terrorists, criminals, and illegal aliens out of the skies and other domestic transportation systems such as rail, unquote, said a senior official performing the duties of deputy administrator for TSA, Adam Stahl. Quote, the vast majority of travelers present acceptable identification like real IDs and passports, but we must ensure everyone who flies is who they say they are, unquote. Acceptable IDs can be found at the TSA's website. Here's the TSA's website. If you click on that, it takes it to this website that talks about security screening and the acceptable IDs there. So we up you go there, visit this story over at brooklandnews.com, read it, and if you're confused about some of those acceptable forms of IDs, you can go there. So if you don't have the big story here, if you don't have your real ID, you're likely to be fined about $45. That fee so they can use this different type of system, this alternative system, because they have to they're saying that they have to know that who you say you are is who you really are. So that's the news there. We are going to continue monitoring this. Senate Republicans and Senate Democrats also speaking today. We're going to talk a little bit about that coming up a little later in this hour. And next hour, Trump and his cabinet meeting today for nearly 2 hours. We're going to air it in its entirety. That's coming up right here on Brookland News Live. The coverage never stops. We'll be right back. Hi, everybody. Welcome back into Brookland News Live. I'm Jackson Mitchell. We're about to approach the top of the hour, about 15 minutes until then. We are going to get to this Tennessee special election first. It is election day in Tennessee. We're watching that part of it all because it's sparking national attention. I want to play a clip from someone who's going to understand it a little better than I do. This is from Great News' Washington Bureau. Here we go.
District 7 in Tennessee is about as red as it gets. It's Marsha Blackburn's former seat, and President Trump won it handily last election by 22 points. But an underdog Democrat is in striking distance of pulling off one of the biggest upsets of this cycle. Democratic State Rep Afton Bain was once a long shot, but her messaging around affordability seems to be landing. She's up against Republican Matt Van Epps, who has a valuable tool in his arsenal, an endorsement from President Trump. In the final push to Election Day, Trump, along with Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, have stumped for him.
He's going to come help us deliver this agenda to get this job done. We're going to get right through this special election. We're going into the midterm, a historic midterm election next fall. And we're going to win that midterm and grow this majority.
While Epps is favored to win, margin matters. An Emerson College poll shows him up only 2 points, which is in the margin of error. Even if he does pull off a victory, a close race shows a harbinger for a favorable fall for Democrats. In Washington, I'm Molly Martinez.
Okay. Okay, so you see there that reporting there. Sorry about that. That ad kind of started playing really loud in my ears here. That was from Great News' Washington Bureau here. See, for only a minute-long report, she explained that election very well. It's very high stakes because this is a Republican-dominated district, but Democrats say they have a chance. So we're watching to see how it all plays out. The polls there do close, I believe, I want to say at 7 p.m. Central. It might be 8 p.m. Central. They close in... This just has when they open. Okay. Let me look. So polls there are going to close, and I'm looking here now at a news article. We'll see maybe if it'll pop up. They say they all polls close at 7 p.m. Central. So we are waiting for that to come back. We're also waiting for the vote to come in. The vote has not come in. Of course, they close at 7 p.m. Central, so we'll see how that goes. In the meantime, I want to play a quick video for you. Earlier on Capitol Hill, Senate Democrats held their weekly press conference. Senate Republicans, we'll start with the GOP first, then Democrats. Here's the Republicans.
Filed on those last night, and there will be a significant number of people to fill out the president's administration. As you know, the Democrats have fought and blocked and obstructed and delayed along the way to try and prevent him from getting his team in place. In spite of all that, we will be ahead in terms of the pace of the last two administrations when it comes to the president filling out his administration. Secondly, obviously, is the Defense Authorization Bill. Senator Wicker, chairman of the Armed Services Committee, has been working aggressively with the team on his members of the committee, the full Senate and the House of Representatives, in trying to get to the finish line there. And they've got a lot of good work that's been done, a few issues outstanding, but I hope we'll be able to process that in the next couple of weeks as well. And I will tell you that, as you all know, one of the most important pieces of legislation that we do every year. And it fits in very consistently with the president's Peace Through Strength agenda. And then we got appropriations. and we're trying to get another appropriations package up on the floor. We processed 3 bills earlier this year, as you all know. We have another minibus, if you will, of appropriations bills that we're trying to get consent, and I'm hoping that we'll get to that here soon and be able to proceed forward on the appropriations process. But it has been a very busy and consequential year. Passage of the Working Families Tax Cut Act has avoided what would be, at the start of next year, for a lot of families in this country, a huge tax increase. $4.4 trillion overall, $2.6 trillion of which would fall on people, working families in this country, and that was done as part of the Working Families Tax Cut Act, as were a number of other things that are going to be important to working families, and we'll get an opportunity to talk about that this next year. And I guess I would just say finally that as we proceed, we are going to continue to keep our foot on the gas. This Republican majority is committed to working on an agenda in partnership with the President Trump and the administration and his team that will make America stronger, safer, and more prosperous. And so we're going to continue pushing forward. And I'm going to now yield to Senator Capito and would just say, on behalf of our entire Republican conference, express our sympathies to her and Senator Justice and to their constituents in the state of West Virginia on the horrific events of last weekend, and of course the family of Sarah Beckstrom and also of Andrew Wolf, the 2 National Guard members from West Virginia whose families we continue to pray for today. Senator Capito.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank all of you. I know that many of you and those who are watching have had both the Guardsmen, the National Guard, and their families in your prayers over what should be and should have been a very joyous time for Sarah and Andrew. I would point out that Sarah and Andrew are members of the National Guard in West Virginia. The National Guard in West Virginia always steps up. Whether it's a flood, a fire, a health event, we can count on our Guard within our state and around the world to be one of the most accomplished, empathetic set of individuals that I've had the privilege to work with. So let's talk about Sarah. Sarah was 20 years old. Sarah's from a little town called Webster Springs in West Virginia. If you've ever gone skiing in West Virginia, it's very close to there. She's known by all her neighbors. She's known by the school she went to, which is grades 7 through 12 in Webster Spring High School, so you can imagine everybody knows her. Sarah volunteered to work on Thanksgiving so that others who had families could go home to their families. She's been in the Guard for several years. She was a bright sunshine ray of life, not just for her, but for her fellow Guardsmen and also her family. So please keep her family in her prayers as Sarah lost her life on Thanksgiving Day. Now we're going to talk about Andrew Wolf. Andrew Wolf is 24 years old. Andrew's from Inwood, Berkeley County, West Virginia, very close to here. He went to Musselman High School, graduated there, was a full participant in his high school years, joined the Guard before he even left high school. He wanted to serve his country. He wanted to serve his state. He is a very brave and strong person. Andrew comes from a very devout family. I spoke with his mother yesterday and asked her, what can we do? What can we do to help you and your family, and what can I do? And she said, pray. Pray hard. We believe in the value and the meaning of prayer for all of us. It speaks to us, and it speaks to Andrew as he struggles to recover. And so I think today, for us in West Virginia, it was pretty much of a sad holiday season. Because we're a small state, we care about one another. We grieve for one another. And that's how we spent our holiday, as many of you did, I think, have joyous times with your families. So Senator Justice and I are going to put a resolution forward honoring these 2 individuals tomorrow. But I would ask all of you and the nation to realize that these were peacekeepers. They were doing their duty. They were ambushed in a very brutal and violent way on the streets of Washington, D.C., where they were tasked to make those streets safer and help to make their streets safer, which they were. So I just want to take this opportunity to pay tribute to them to the National Guard family, to General Seward, has done a wonderful job as our Adjutant General, and to hope and pray for Andrew's recovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Capito. And let me just say that please express to the families our gratitude for their service on behalf of a grateful nation.
Leader Good afternoon. Thank you. Are we at war in the Caribbean? And if so, should the President declare war and/or should Congress approve an authorization?
I think the President is acting under his authority as Commander-in-Chief in a way that's consistent with what past administrations have done. And clearly, a war has been waged by these drug cartels against the United States, and it has come at a great cost to American citizens. We've lost tens of thousands of lives in just the past year to these drug cartels. So I think the President's operating within his authorities.
After hearing from Chairman Crapo, Chairman Cassidy today at lunch, do you think Republicans will be ready to coalesce behind some sort of health care plan or alternative by next week's vote on the ACA subsidies?
We had a robust discussion on a subject that is of great interest, not only to obviously senators in the room, but the American people. And as I've said before, we want to move forward on solutions that will make health care not only more accessible, but more affordable to more Americans. That gives them more choices, more optionality, greater competition, and therefore lower prices. And so we continue to coalesce around those solutions. We had a good presentation today from a couple of our leading chairmen, Senators Crapo and Cassidy, thank you, and a lot of others that we heard from at the conversation we had today as well. So I think as we get into next week, obviously, as you know, the Democrats are going to get an opportunity to vote on a proposal of their choosing, and we will see where the Republicans come down, but that conversation continues.
Since it was confirmed earlier this year, Secretary Hegseth has engaged in a number of controversies that have gotten criticism from both sides, whether it's Signalgate or how he's talked about Ukraine, and now these Caribbean boat strikes. Do you have full confidence in his handling of his job as Secretary of Defense?
Well, I think that the fundamental question is the country safer than it was under the Biden administration? I think the answer to that is unequivocally yes. I think the Trump administration and the peace through strength policies that they are employing around the world are making our country safer. And so Secretary Hegseth is a part of that. He serves at the pleasure of the President. And I am sure that with regard to the latest question that you all have been raising, that the Senate Armed Services Committee, which is going to look into and get the facts on some of the events that have happened down the Caribbean, that we will get those answers in due time. But I have every confidence that the policies that this administration is employing when it comes to keeping people in this country safe and ensuring that our policy is one of peace through strength, that those policies are being adhered to and followed.
Is it your goal to hold a vote on the Republican health care plan by the end of this year?
We'll see. Again, I think a lot of this will depend a little bit on what the Democrats decide they want to do. I mean, we've got some members, as you know, who want to work with them in a constructive way on something that could be a bipartisan solution, but that hasn't landed yet. So we'll see. As I said, the conversations continue. I don't think at this point we have a clear path forward. I don't think the Democrats have a clear path forward, and they're the ones that are going to have to put together their plan to get voted on next week. But we'll see what our colleagues decide collectively that we want to do, and we're continuing to hear them out. Thank you all.
There we go. Okay, that was Senate Republicans holding their weekly conference. We'll listen into Senate Democrats in just a moment. But before that, a quick break. Brookland News Live returns in just a moment. Welcome back into Brooklyn News Live. I'm Jackson Mitchell. We are continuing to watch the Capitol here. We know the Senate is meeting live right now. Stand by here and I'll get you started because Senate Democrats held their weekly press conference. I believe it was yes. It was also today. Why don't we take a look at that? There we go. There's that updated feed. This is Senate Democrats earlier today.
Will defend that role. Okay. Is this yours or mine? Okay. We could switch. No. Okay. So I want to thank Senators Klobuchar and Wyden for joining me today. So in just weeks, the ACA tax credits will expire because Republicans refuse to extend them. 20 million Americans are going to see their health care costs skyrocket by thousands a year. And tens of millions of Americans are going to see their costs go up, whether they have ACA or not, and even Medicare costs are going up. And why are all these prices going up for the American people, these insurance premiums? Because Republicans refuse to do their job. That's on top of the devastating cuts they passed in their so-called big, beautiful bill, kicking 15 million people off coverage. So 30 million Americans are bracing for the Republican health care crisis. It's actually more than that. While families wonder how the hell they'll afford coverage next year, Republicans have no answers, no solutions, are making no effort to fend off the crisis. They're in disarray. They're fighting with each other. They say different things all the time. They don't have any idea how the American people are suffering, and they have no inclination to fix it. Republicans are sleepwalking America straight into a health care crisis, and don't take it from me. Republicans themselves admit they're clueless. A senior House Republican didn't say that they're behind or that they're working on it. He simply said, "We are nowhere on health care." Imagine being nowhere. Imagine doing nothing as Americans prepare to get crushed. The premiums are going up. People are going to, starting in January, people are not going to have health care who need it. And many others will have to switch plans. They may have to go to a doctor miles away who has no experience with their family, particularly if they or their kids had a particular medical history. This isn't gridlock. It's Republican malpractice. Trump and Republicans have turned their health care crisis into a circus. In just one day, Trump announces he has a new plan, and then Republicans kill it because they can't agree on anything. They can't agree whether to dismantle the ACA, privatize the whole system, just keep attacking women's health because it plays well on right-wing TV. While they fight each other, Americans get left behind. We Democrats are united in one clear mission: stop premiums from skyrocketing, lower people's costs. Republicans are engulfed in a five-alarm dumpster fire. They can't agree on a plan, let alone unify on a health care vote. The path forward is very simple, but Republicans cannot accept the easiest option of all and immediately bring relief to families now. We have said this for months. Democrats have said it for months. Extend the ACA tax credits, protect coverage, lower costs. We are on the brink of one of the greatest health care crises that we have ever felt in this country. We're on the brink of costs going through the roof, not just on health care, but on groceries and on electricity and on housing. Democrats want to lower these costs, and on health care we want to lower premiums. Republicans just want to argue with each other. The contrast couldn't be clearer. Democrats are fighting to lower costs. Republicans are fighting one another. Senator Wyden. All these many little papers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Leader. And let's start this way. This is the 11th hour in the United States Senate on health care. And more Republicans are joining Donald Trump in what he has called the concepts period. They simply have no idea on how to address the health care crisis that faces the country. Now, we believe there's still time for Republicans to wake up to reality and to move forward together with us on a clean extension of the tax credits to prevent a maximum spike from hitting millions of Americans like a wrecking ball. Meanwhile, Donald Trump is telling Americans, don't believe your lying eyes as they contend with an affordability crisis for groceries, holiday gifts, and health care. The fact is, and we have been looking into this carefully on the Finance Committee, Trump's health concepts amount to nothing more than higher deductibles for working Americans and a lavish gift to the big insurance companies. In my view, that is a prescription for trouble. For months, I and others have been saying we're only going to accept legislation that lowers health costs and prevents Americans from losing their insurance. I have yet to see a Republican proposal that comes close to that standard. Every senator, Republican and Democrat, has to be prepared to explain how their plan's going to benefit families that spent all the Thanksgiving break agonizing about how in the world they're going to pay these stratospheric health care bills. So here's the bottom line. It's time to take action next week and avert a crisis that's barreling towards American families. After we do that, and make no mistake about it, Senator Klobuchar and I have talked about this, after we protect Americans from these punishing bills, we can talk again about the future. And we've made it clear. I mean, we ought to be working together on other matters to deal with rampant profiteering, guaranteeing affordable coverage for all Americans, and go after these crushing administrative costs in health care. We're coming close to spending $1 trillion in America on administrative costs. We can tackle all these issues after we get relief to folks who have just been hit by these premiums. That's what we're focused on. We're going to stay at it until it gets done. And my friend, Senator Klobuchar.
All right. Thank you, Ron. Thank you, Chuck. When you, with your astute questions, ask our Republican colleagues about what they're going to do about this health care crisis, what do they say? We're having discussions. We're having robust discussions. The time for discussions is over. The time for action is here. They know the numbers. They know what's happening. This is a Donald Trump-created crisis. The premiums are doubling. The premiums are tripling. And the due date is next week. The due date is the middle of December. That's when these rates get locked in. And having just visited the final counties of all 87 counties in my state, I could not believe the people, when the press wasn't there, who brought up to me, what am I going to do? I can't afford the premiums. I'm a farmer. I barely have enough. The tariffs are hitting me anyway, and I'm going to have to buy these junk plans. I don't know if it's even going to work. That's what's happening. Trump and congressional Republicans are showing once again that they have no plan. They floated a plan last week, and I kind of thought they're in the middle of a blizzard in Minnesota. Well, maybe they really mean this. Maybe they're really going to negotiate with us. Maybe they're going to actually do something. But no, quickly withdrawn because of their own internal fight. Americans want them to lower costs. They run the White House. They run both houses of Congress. And when you look at these exact plans, 75% of the people on these plans live in states that Donald Trump won. 27% of farmers are on these plans. So that's why you start seeing these cracks and people in the House and in the Senate, some Republicans saying, why don't we just extend these? And that is a really good question. You look at what happened where the people of this country are. You look at the Virginia and New Jersey races, which were all about costs and affordability statewide. Mississippi flipping 2 state Senate seats. Georgia, 2 Democrats elected statewide in non-federal races for the first time in 2 decades. And look at what's happening today in Tennessee. Are we going to win that race? I don't know. But the fact is it's a plus 22 Trump district, and they're worried about it. Why? Because our candidate, Afton Bain, who actually did a meeting with us on the Affordable Care Act just weeks ago, she is focused on health care. So if they don't get the message with a closer race than expected in Tennessee, if they don't get the message with what's just happened, I just think they are so afraid of Donald Trump that they can't even do what's right for their constituents. So I'll end with this. We're going to get this done. We're going to either get it done by forcing votes in the Senate, or we're going to get it done by getting it on some piece of legislation, or we're going to get it done by marching through into the midterms and winning.
Thank you, Senator Klobuchar.
Mr. Schumer,
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Democrats have promised the option to force a vote on the Senate floor next week on any health care bill if you're choosing. What bill will that be?
Stay tuned. We had a great discussion, and I will tell you this. We will be focused like a laser on lowering people's costs. Yes.
Mr. Schumer, good afternoon. You said that you would trigger this war powers resolution if we got into ground strikes or something in Venezuela. Why not, based on what's going on in the Caribbean, do that now? Are we not at war? Are these not war powers related conflicts in the Caribbean?
It is absolutely, we need more information on the Caribbean. I've asked Hegseth over and over again to release the video so we see what's going on and we see if there are war crimes, if the War Powers Act is being violated. But a land strike on Venezuela would clearly require us to invoke the War Powers Act. Yes, yes.
Based on the offer that Senator Durbin made this morning on the floor to discuss some reforms to ACA, including $0 premiums, and also to discuss income caps, are you saying that there would not be a scenario where you could have other than a straight...
Look, as long as Republicans are wedded to expanding Hyde, they can't even talk about anything else. Looking for a... No, you, yeah.
Piggyback on that. Leader Green was here right before you and said that Democrats haven't committed to even engaging in any bipartisan discussion on ACA. Are you open to anything like engagement?
We're willing to talk to anybody who's going to lower costs. So far, the Republicans are in total disarray and have no plan. We have a plan. Go ahead, Manu.
There's we see some folks on the left who are critical of your strategy in Senate primaries and not endorsing more progressive candidates and choosing more establishment ones like Janet Mills and Maine.
Yeah, our North Star is to win the Senate. We are moving ahead strongly. We have very strong candidates. We have health care has become a dominant issue. Look at the Republicans. As Amy said, they're sweating out a plus 22 seat. We are on a great path to take back the Senate. And I think we've done a very good job that way.
Mr. Leader?
Yes, you get the last one.
You noted that your offices in New York received several bomb threats recently. We know this week that the House just launched a new member security program where members can hire personal security, make upgrades to their home. Are there similar resources here for senators, and do you believe that's sufficient?
Yes, we are working very closely with the Sergeant at Arms. We're trying to do this in a bipartisan way to give greater protection to senators. Thank you.
Alrighty there, senators, wrapping up that conference, the press conference. They're addressing a number of issues. We've now watched House Republicans, House Democrats, House Senate Democrats, and Senate Republicans all tonight, gotten every side of the party. Speaking of the Senate is in session right now. You're taking a look live there. But as promised, we are going to get to President Trump holding that cabinet meeting earlier today. He addressed a number of issues. Let's see if we can't take you there now and listen. It's about 2 hours. We do have the Capitol Christmas tree lighting coming soon. And actually, if you guys will hold on with me, 1 second. We're just getting in some news here, so I just want to pivot just a moment. It looks like they might be lighting the Capitol Christmas tree right this moment. So I want to turn to that. We are going to get a feed on that trust. Just hold with me here. I'll do my best. Okay, we've gotten a feed into the Capitol Christmas tree lighting. I want to take you there now. You can also see we just added something new right. Oh, my finger's a little backwards. It's right here, right here. The Tennessee special election results. We're going to be monitoring that throughout the time that we're on the air here. But again, the Christmas tree lighting in the Capitol happening right now. Let's take you there now.
Thank you. Again, my name's Stavros Anthony. I'm honored to be Nevada's Lieutenant Governor. And I just want you to know how excited our Nevadans are to have this Christmas tree for the first time here on the Capitol grounds. So thank you, Speaker Johnson. Thank you, Secretary Rollins, for hosting us tonight, and all our great Nevadans for coming out. It was about 6 months ago when the U.S. Forest Service contacted me and told me that Nevada, for the first time, was going to get picked for the Capitol Christmas tree, and they asked me to be part of the process. And this has been quite a journey, quite an exciting journey to get where we are today. And first of all, I just want to say how professional the U.S. Forest Service employees are. These are some of the most dedicated, professional people I have ever met, and they take this process very seriously. So please give a nice round of applause to all the U.S. Forest Service employees that are out here. They are absolutely wonderful. And it started with, we had to create 10,000 Christmas tree ornaments. And I said, that's a lot of ornaments. We ended up creating over 20,000 ornaments for this tree. That's how excited Nevadans were. Next, we had to pick a kid from Nevada who's going to read an essay talking about the great state of Nevada. And we had around 250 kids submit essays. The U.S. Forest Service and some other folks went through them, selected 3 that they thought were the best, and they gave those 3 to me to pick the finalists. And once I read all 3, all 3 were great. But Grady Armstrong was the one that stood out the most. Grady is here. You're going to hear from him tonight. His family's here. They live in Virginia City, Nevada. Virginia City was one of the wealthiest cities in the world at one time because of the gold and silver mines. Today, the mines aren't as productive as they used to be, but Virginia City is still a great place to live, great place for a kid like Grady to grow up, and a great tourist destination. So if you ever come out to Nevada, please visit Virginia City. And next, obviously, the tree was selected. It was selected from northern Nevada. It started its journey on the Nevada Day Parade a couple of weeks ago, and then it went down through Winnemucca, through Ely, down to Las Vegas for its last stop in Nevada, and then it went across the country. And I want to give a little shout out to the truck driver. I don't know where he is, but this truck is massive, absolutely massive, and he treated this tree like it was a diamond that would not be chipped. And I want to thank him for bringing it out here safely. So thank you for all of you coming out. Nevada is proud to have their tree here on the Capitol grounds. Merry Christmas to all of you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mark Amadei, United States Representative from the 2nd District of Nevada.
Good evening. Is there anybody here from Hugh Gallagher Elementary? Home of the Miners? Anybody from Virginia City High School, the home of the Muckers? All right, that's a little bit better. Come on, we've got the weather just right for 6,200 feet in Virginia City. You guys ought to be going. Grady, thank you for bringing your parents along. We're absolutely proud of you. Your mom is actually an alumna of Virginia City High School, so that's great. You're like a legacy guy. Good man. Your dad, Douglas Tigers, not so much. Yeah, there you go. There you go. So listen, I want to thank you for your efforts at the at what you wrote. I've read it several times. Pretty darn good, strong stuff. You can hang with anybody floating around here. But hey, folks, look around you where you're at. This is a Nevada night, looking down the mall with the Capitol in the background. The speaker's shivering a little bit, but he'll warm up by the time he has to give his talk. So don't worry about that. It's not Gulf Coast weather. The people from Southern Nevada, great job on this sunset here. They were in charge of the eye wash. Northern Nevada's in charge of the temperature, so enjoy it. At least it's not wet again. Grady, congratulations. Congratulations to the state of Nevada. Go Virginia City Muckers.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Catherine Cortez Masto, United States Senator from Nevada.
Well, good evening. All right, we do have to do a shout out. Where's our Nevadans? Let me hear you. Yes. I have to say, we are all honored to be here celebrating the first ever Capitol Christmas tree, the People's Tree from the great state of Nevada. And don't you think it's about time? So excited. I also want to thank the men and women of U.S. Forest Service for making sure that Silver Bell arrived here safely and for the often thankless work they do to protect our forests. I also want to thank the Speaker, our Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary Rollins, our entire delegation, and our Lieutenant Governor as well for being here. Let me say, this isn't the only tree, as this tree isn't the only one who's traveled a long way to be here. I have to thank also, and you've heard a shout out to him, but to Grady Armstrong. If you're going to hear from him, he's an incredible young man and so articulate. And I'm telling you, I've done some interviews with him. He gives better interviews than I think most of our delegation. He is amazing. He knows everything about this tree and the holiday season, and that's why I understand he was picked to be here today. So this year's People Tree is, as you have heard, is beautifully decorated with 23,000 unique ornaments, many of them provided by Nevadans throughout the state. To get to Washington, D.C., Silver Bell traveled throughout the Silver State, as you've heard, then across the country, and this tree really has been on a journey. It comes to us from one of the largest national forests in the lower 48 states, Nevada's Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest. To many people that don't understand Nevada, yes, we have forests. There's more than just the wonderful neon lights of Las Vegas, and that's why as Nevadans we are so proud to be here to join in this evening. Last year, however, I want to say why this is so special for us. Last year, a patch of the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest was the site of the Davis wildfire, which ravaged 5,800 acres of land over 18 days before our incredible firefighters contained it. Those are our firefighters, our wildland firefighters, our Forest Service, men and women who work in the Forest Service fighting fires, as well as some of our National Guard. But you may not know this, one of those firefighters and one who is out there every single day is Grady's dad, Brent. And I want to thank him and our U.S. men and women, the Forest Service and our firefighters for everything they are doing. They are keeping our communities safe. The Davis fire destroyed homes and devastated local families, leaving behind an ugly burn scar. But over a year later, the community is stronger than ever. Students are planting new trees in the forest, and Silver Bell, standing tall in our country today, is actually, it's a symbol of that resilience and perseverance. I can't think of a better story to represent the American spirit. In times of hardship and suffering, we find a way to forge ahead and prevail. That is the story of our country, and as the People's Tree illuminates our nation's capital this month, may it serve as a reminder to all Americans that there is always light and hope, especially during the holiday season. Merry Christmas to everyone.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Brooke Rollins, United States
Okay, before we listen to Secretary Ronlins of Agriculture, I just want to kind of rewrap here what you're watching. You are taking a look live there in Washington, D.C. at the Capitol Christmas tree lighting. Let's listen back in.
We're all a little chilly, and we want to hear from Grady, and we want to see him light this tree. But a couple of quick things. First, on behalf of my boss, President Donald Trump, and our entire cabinet, to all the Nevadans in the audience tonight, welcome to Washington, D.C. We are so happy to have you here. This morning, we celebrated at the U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, we like to call it, founded by Abraham Lincoln in 1862, and had a lot, probably the same crew of Nevadans in with us just down the mall on the left. And I will say the people that I met, from Grady, his two beautiful little sisters, Hadley and Paisley, they're amazing parents. As we talked about, a firefighter and a teacher from beautiful Nevada. I mean, this is real America, and the opportunity to be here with all of you, but especially with you Nevadans, as we celebrate the very first tree in a 55-year history from your beautiful state. As you all head home tomorrow or the next day, know that you're taking a little bit of a piece of my heart with you. It's just been such a joy. The final thing I want to say is how privileged and honored and proud I am to serve all of the amazing people in the United States Forest Service, a part of the U.S. Department of Agriculture. One of the great unexpected joys and blessings of my work over the last year at USDA has been getting to know these incredible people who put their lives and their work and their passion and everything they have every day into protecting our beautiful forests across this great country. As we move toward the lighting of this tree, may we never forget the reason for the season and what this light represents behind us, the light of the world. God bless you. God bless America. God bless Grady, and God bless this incredible tree, Silver Bell, from the amazing state of Nevada. Thank you all so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Well, thank you all so much. It is always hard to follow Secretary Brooke Rollins, so thank you for being here. Glad that you could make it. And we first, of course, want to thank Chief Schultz and Mr. Austin for making this night possible, as well as the man who did journey across the country to bring this beautiful tree to the Capitol. His name is Michael Porter, and I would ask you to stand, but it's so dark we can't even see where you are. But Michael, thank you for that heroic effort. There he is. Hey, all right. Thanks also to the entire Nevada delegation. We're grateful to you for sharing a piece of your home state for all the nation to enjoy. And right on cue, we have sirens to alert us to all this. For my friends from Nevada, we are shaking. We're from Louisiana. Some people pronounce it Louisiana. So we always say Nevada, and now it's supposed to be Nevada. Just forgive us. Forgive us. We're trying to get it right, okay? We're really glad you made it all, and the weather really is beautiful for this evening. I know for all of us, Christmas time is a season of light and hope and renewal. This time invites us to pause and reflect on the many blessings that God has bestowed upon our lives and upon this great nation. And tonight, I'm getting upstaged a little bit by the sirens here. And tonight offers one of those rare moments where we can gather together and take stock of all those blessings. Now, behind me stands the great state of Nevada's very first Capitol Christmas tree, as we've all heard. It stands at a proud 53 feet, and even in this dark season, this tree shines bright, not from just one light, but from thousands shining together. And in much the same way, the strength of our nation is found in the individual, in the small towns and neighborhoods, in places like Elko and Incline Village and Henderson and Virginia City. But all of us know that America, not unlike this tree, is strongest when we stand together as one nation under God, and we can never forget that. We also know that great trees take generations to grow. Red firs like this one require the right conditions and decades of careful tending to rise to their full majesty. And so too with this great republic of ours. Like the fir, the work of preserving this grand experiment in self-governance is also generational, and it falls to us to steward and protect it so that our children may inherit all the blessings that we enjoy today. So next year, as we look ahead, we'll be celebrating our nation's 250th birthday, and we want to remember that sacred responsibility and to renew our commitment to this essential task that we have together. Christmas is a fitting time to do just that, to look beyond our material blessings and to lift our gaze on high, just as the wise men once did on their journey to Bethlehem. As we approach the end here, I want to wish you all a Merry Christmas from our family to yours. And I know that we look forward to this time every year. It is about 20 degrees warmer than it was last year with a brisk wind, so you're blessed. We all are. I now have the privilege of inviting the man of the hour we have heard so much about. He's far more qualified than I to light this magnificent tree, and I'm going to ask him to join us up here. Grady will come up. Grady Armstrong comes here all the way from Virginia City, as you heard. That's right. This is his first trip to Washington, D.C. He's 9 years old. He is a gifted young writer. He won this year's Capitol Christmas Tree Essay Contest among the hundreds of participants, as we heard. I'm also told, and this is not hyperbole, okay, what went into this essay was literal blood, sweat, and tears. Isn't that true? Grady, I heard you cut your pinky while writing this. Isn't that true? Yes. Okay. So we want to thank you for your sacrifice, young man, and for your great talent that you're sharing with us. And I can assure everyone his painstaking work was well worth our wait. So, Grady, my dad was a firefighter also, and we got a lot in common, almost even our height, my friend. But we're going to bring you a podium here so you get our little stand that we can stand on. Is it under here? It'll help a little bit. Grady, everybody, here we go.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker Johnson, and hi, my name is Grady Armstrong, and I am 9 years old in the 4th grade at Hugh Gallagher Elementary School in Virginia City, Nevada. My grandpa worked at Mount Rose Ski Area for nearly 50 years, and my dad is a firefighter at Lake Tahoe. My mom is a teacher right here in Virginia City. They have shown me the love for the forest, nature, and the outdoors. I want the country to know how special Nevada's public land and national forests are. These lands are full of wonder, from big animals like elk, mule deer, bighorn sheep, and even moose, to smaller animals like fish, lizards, and birds. Hiking with my family, I have seen water bubble out of the earth in places that look super dry. These springs give life to so many plants and animals. Sometimes you can find arrowheads near these springs, a reminder of the life they gave tribes that lived off the land. We also love seeing ancient petroglyphs carved into rocks by people who lived here long ago. My favorite wilderness areas are Mount Rose and Arc Dome. We've also visited the Sheldon Antelope Refuge and the Massacre Rim Dark Sky Sanctuary, where the night sky is so dark you can see millions of stars. One of my favorite things to do is when our family takes what my mom and dad like to call Nevada highways, which are nothing more than dirt roads in the middle of nowhere. We've found ghost towns, abandoned mines, and the most amazing untouched landscapes. You don't have to go far to enjoy Nevada. Right from my school playground, you can look east for hundreds of miles over the mountain ranges that make up the Humboldt-Tiobe National Forest. Last month, we went to the top of Mount Davidson and watched the sunset over the Sierras, and at the same time howled at the full moon as it rose over the Nevada landscape. Nevada is not just a desert, it's full of life, history, and beauty, and I think everyone should know how important it is to protect and enjoy these amazing places. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
That's awesome. All right. Now, that was amazing. You are a tremendous ambassador for Nevada, and also you have a future as a speechwriter here on Capitol Hill, okay? we always need improvement in the comm shop, so you can come help us, okay? Okay. I want to invite the Nevada congressional delegation and Lieutenant Governor Anthony and Mr. Austin and Chief Schultz for the lighting of the tree. Y'all join us up here.
Put your jacket on now.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Okay, there you go, young man. Beautiful.
Isn't that great?
Oh,
Well,
thank you. There we go.
now, Grady's going to do the honors for us, and everyone can count down with us. We're going to count down from 5. Okay, ready, everybody? All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go.
Life look there, as you just heard from 9-year-old Grady Armstrong, who won that competition, that essay competition. I think just read it out there. Pretty amazing writing, better than I could do. Grady Armstrong there, he's a 9-year-old, the 4th grader, as he explained lighting the Christmas tree there. As you take a look full screen there, you can see the crowd gathered in front of the Capitol as the Christmas tree was just lit. Okay. We are going to go now to our next topic, our next conversation. We've been teasing it since we were going to say we were going to play it at the top of the 4 o'clock hour. We didn't end up playing it just because some other news things happened and some other things happened. So now we're going to play it. Earlier today at the White House, President Donald Trump held a cabinet meeting, with his cabinet addressing a number of issues, one including this Venezuela boat attacks and this all this drama going on with the boat attacks with Pete Hegseth and all of that. So we are going to play that now for you. This was earlier today when President Trump held a cabinet meeting. If any breaking news happens during this, of course, we'll break back in with that. Here it is.
Most consequential and successful first year of any administration. They're saying that, not me. Oh, I say it too, actually, but a lot of people are saying it. And a lot of that is thanks to the men and women in the cabinet. The new and improved cabinet room, I might add. We took pictures down from the vaults. We have vaults downstairs with lots of pictures that haven't been exposed to the world for, in many cases, over 100 years. We brought them up. And we're using them as they should be used. But the cabinet room looks beautiful, like it should now. The Oval Office looks beautiful, like it should. It was not. It was like the rest of the country. It was in disrepair. 1 year ago, our country was dead, and said to me by many leaders, we had a dead country. Now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. The hottest country anywhere in the world. Think of that. In 4 long years of the Biden administration, there were just $1 trillion of new investments in the United States in 10 months. We've secured commitments of over $18 trillion. So they had, in 1 year, less than $1 trillion. That's in a period of 4 years. Think of it, 4 years they had less than $1 trillion. In 10 months, we have more than $18 trillion. Is that right, Scott? It's even going to be higher than that.
It'll be higher.
And going up. And we're waiting for the Supreme Court case, and it's so important and so vital for this country because we're not only respected again, we're putting out wars by our trade policies, and we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars, and our country is wealthy again and secure again, and it's part of national security, and I hope that goes well. I think it's very important, but when I think of the number, we're going to be over $18 trillion in 10 months, and which is a record times probably 8 or 10 times, I think more than that, for any country. There's never been a country that's had that kind of an investment ever in history. And there's never been a country that's had half of that. It's a tremendous thing that's taking place. We have companies moving in from all over the world, from Mexico, from Canada, from Europe, from China, from Japan a lot. We just had Toyota is going to spend $10 billion, they just announced, on building new plants in this country. All workers. They're going to be all workers. But they're spending a tremendous amount. So the stock market is set 46 all-time highs. And this last Friday, which is called Black Friday, was the biggest ever online sales that there's ever been by a lot. More Americans are working today than at any time in the history of our country. I mean, these are the facts we have to get out. And, you know, there's this fake narrative that the Democrats talk about, affordability. They just say the word. It doesn't mean anything to anybody. Just say it. Affordability. I inherited the worst inflation in history. There was no affordability. Nobody could afford anything. The prices were massively high. Do you remember when we took over eggs? You did a great job on that, Madam Secretary. Agriculture, Brooke. Eggs were 4 or 5 times higher than they had ever been. They said don't order eggs for Easter at the White House. And we ended up doing it, and we got the egg prices way down, lower than what they were before. But the word affordability is a con job by the Democrats. They say affordable. I watched the other day where some very low IQ congresswoman talked about affordability. She had no idea. Their prices were much higher. As an example, energy, gasoline, we're now at about $2.50 a gallon. We're going to be, I think, at $2 a gallon. We could even crack that at some point. I'd love to do it. And we could do it more easily if we weren't building up the strategic national reserves, which Biden emptied out before the election so that he could try and get elected, meaning he started it, then he got thrown out of the race, and she took over and she kept it going, and they emptied out these strategic national reserves, which are really meant for something else. They're not meant to keep people happy with their gasoline price. They're meant for war. They're meant for problems, big problems. He emptied it out, and then she continued it during the process of trying to get elected. Didn't work out too well for him. And they virtually brought it down to the lowest level, I believe, in history. And it didn't have much of an impact because the prices were very high. But our prices now for energy, but for gasoline, are really low. Electricity's coming down. And when that comes down, everything comes down. But the word affordability is a Democrat scam. They say it, and then they go on to the next subject. And everyone thinks, oh, they had lower prices. No, they had the worst inflation in the history of our country. Now, some people will correct me, because they always love to correct me, even though I'm right about everything. But some people like to correct me, and they say 48 years. I say it's not 48 years, it's much more. But they say it's the worst inflation that we've had in 48 years. I say ever. But whether it's 48 years or ever, it's pretty bad. We had the worst inflation that we've ever had. Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there is still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level. But we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75. Think of that, $2.75. And it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under the Biden administration. Egg prices are way down 86%. Thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. we'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, no, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury. And I think we're doing really great, aren't we? Huh?
We're doing great, sir, and it's a great team to be part of.
Yeah, no, it's amazing. Under my executive order to lower prescription drug prices, which I think is the single biggest thing we've ever done that nobody writes about because you're fake news. I've made unprecedented deals along with Bobby and Oz and all of the people that work on it. A lot of people that you wouldn't even think work on it, but they do, to slash drug prices by 200%, 300%, 400%, 500%, 600%, 700%, 800%. Nobody's ever heard of it before because I instituted favored nations and no nation agreed to do it. And then I said to the nations, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to charge you 100% tariff, which is more money than we're talking about. And they said, sir, we'd love to do it. Please, we would be honored to do it. And they agreed that they would go along with the whole thing. Nobody thought you could do it because they felt, number one, you couldn't get the drug companies to do it. So we're paying, as an example, for the, let's go with the fat drug, FAT, for fat people. Anybody use it at the table? Don't ask. But the fat drug was $135. Think of that. For certain people, $1,300 for certain countries, $1,300 in New York. So in New York it was $1,300, and in London it was $135. And a friend of mine called me, he said, what is this? Why is it? He got used to paying $1,300. Well, now what we have it down to is, Bobby, what's the number? Like 150 or something? We have it down to a low number, don't we?
Yeah, it's around 100, 125, 150.
Yeah, think of that. So we got it down from $1,300 to $125 to $140, depending on various countries. In other words, we're paying the lowest price, tied for the lowest price in the world. It's, people said you could never do that because you couldn't get the countries to agree to it. I did. Every country agreed to it because I said, if you're not going to agree to it, that's okay, I'm going to charge you tariffs. And as soon as I said that, they said, we agree. And then we had to be a little tough with the drug companies, but they came along. The bigger problem was the countries. The countries just wouldn't go along with it, but they did. Every country. So we have reduced drug prices by 500, 600, 700, 800, 900%, depending on the drug, depending on the company, depending on all of the different factors involved. Nobody's ever even thought of drug reductions like that, price reductions. And I told you the story that in my first term I was so proud of myself because I reduced drugs. It was the first time in 28 years that drug prices were reduced. It was 1/4%. 1/4%. And I was so proud of myself. I said, it's the first time in 28 years that drug prices went down over the course of a year, over the course of a presidency. 1 year. 1/4%. I had a news conference. I was so proud. Now I got them down, not 1/4%. I got them down 400, 500, 600% and more. And the fake news won't write about it. And it's going to have a huge impact on healthcare because a big part of it's buying drugs, buying prescription drugs. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago, and I say it now, and the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people. Let all the money go to the people, and let the people go out and buy their own health care. And I see on television, people are advertising now, we will help you buy health care. We will go out and help you buy. That's becoming like an industry because of what I said. So something's going to happen. It's probably not going to be easy because the Democrats, frankly, they don't want to make a good deal for the people. They just want to make a bad deal for the country. They want to make a bad deal for the Republican Party. But the Republican Party is united, and I will say that what I would like to do is the money doesn't go, trillions of dollars get paid to drug companies, and you still have lousy health care. Obamacare is horrible health care. We want it to go to the people, and then let the people go out and buy their own health care, and they'll do great. They'll do great. So we're negotiating that now with the Democrats. While congressional Democrats want the largest tax hike in history, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history with the Great Big Beautiful Bill. The Great Big Beautiful Bill, the biggest piece of legislation ever signed, and that includes the extension of the original Trump tax cuts. But it's the biggest tax cut ever signed, and it includes no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, so think of that. And in addition, you get, if you buy a car, this is great for our car industry because we have a lot of car plants. We're bringing back the automobile business. 60% of it was stolen because we had incompetent presidents or incompetent trade people. But 60% of it was stolen over the years, and now I think we're bringing it all back. I think we'll be bigger than we've ever been in the auto business. That's not even to mention AI, where we're leading China. You know, we're leading China by a lot. They're not going to catch us. We have to be smart, but if we're smart, they're not going to be able to catch us. They know that. They told me that. Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever, and we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars, and we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people in addition to reducing debt. As you know, I inherited a lot of debt, but it's peanuts compared to the kind of numbers we're talking about. So we're going to be making a dividend to the people, and additionally, we're going to be able to reduce debt. And as time goes by over the next 2, 3, 4 years, those numbers are going to go up. And I believe that at some point in the not too distant future, you won't even have income tax to pay because the money we're taking in is so great, it's so enormous, that you're not going to have income tax to pay. Whether you get rid of it or just keep it around for fun or have it really low, much lower than it is now, but you won't be paying income tax. We've slashed $1 trillion in costly job-killing regulations, saving Americans an estimated $2,100 for a family of 4. The Biden administration was the exact opposite, but times 4. They went up $6,000. We went down $2,100. Think of that. To bring down energy, electricity, and utility prices, I ended the Green New Scam. They call it the Green New Scam, one of the greatest scams in the history of our country. They talked about global warming and all that crap, and what they've done to this country. What they've done by allowing 25 million people into our country, many of whom are criminals, many of whom 11,888 are murderers, and we have to get them out, and we're doing it. We're doing it. I think what the job that our law enforcement groups are doing, Christy, you and Tom and everybody, amazing. What you're doing is amazing. I terminated the insane electric vehicle mandate, and look, some people that make electric cars weren't happy with that. But we have to do that because you have to have a choice, whether it's a gasoline-powered car, and we have so much gasoline. You know, China doesn't have gasoline. We do. And whether it's a hybrid, which really are working really well, the combination of electric and gasoline-driven. But everybody was supposed to, by 2030, everybody had to own an electric car under the Biden stupidity. And not everybody wants to do that. I like electric cars. I like all cars. They're all good. They all have reasons. But you want to be able to go and buy what you want. I imposed historic tariffs that are now bringing in so much money that nobody's ever seen anything like it. And countries that were ripping us off, including allies, but they were ripping us off for years. I won't use the names. I won't mention Japan. I refuse to mention South Korea. I will not mention names. But they were ripping us off like nobody's ever been ripped off before, and taking horrible advantage of your country. But now we're making a lot of money. We're making a lot of money because of the tariffs that are pouring in. And it's really national security. Among everything else, it's national security. We've also rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history. I believe we had the worst border ever in history. I don't care if you had a fourth world country. You know, we allow third world country in. We would allow fourth world war countries in also. It doesn't matter. There was never a border that was as bad as our border. We allowed anybody in with no checks, no vetting. So we've rapidly turned the worst border crisis in world history into the strongest border in the history of our country, and probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them. And that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. It made your job a lot easier because they know they're not going to get through. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0 for 6 months. And these are given by radical left people that do the numbers. I mean, they're not doing me any favor. They're being we don't have our net numbers are unbelievable. But we had 0 people in the last 6 months. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded. And nobody talks about that anymore. You know, it's crazy. They don't talk about it. You think they'd say, well, Trump's done a great job in the border. This country is being destroyed by the border. But you always find something new. Like, is he in good health? Biden was great, but is Trump in good health? I sit here, I do 4 news conferences a day. I ask questions from very intelligent lunatics, you people. And I give the right answers. There's never a scandal. There's never a problem. I give you answers that solve your little problems. You go back, and you can't find anything, but you do stories about Biden was in wonderful health. The guy didn't do a news conference for 8 months. If I go one day, I had one day where I didn't do a news conference, there's something wrong with the president. You people are crazy. I'll let you know when there's something wrong. There will be someday. That's going to happen to all of us. But right now, I think I'm sharper than I was 25 years ago. But who the hell does? By the way, I took my physical. I got all A's, everything. But they said to me, would you like to take a cognitive test? I said, is it hard? They said, yes. I said, well, I'm a very smart person. Who was the last president to take one? No president has ever agreed to take one. Because when you get into the mid-questions, meaning, 10, question number 10, 11, 12, 28, 30, they get harder and harder. And they said, would you like to do it? I said, well, no reason to do it. Nobody's ever done it. I'll do it maybe, but there's really no reason. They said, sir, the problem is this is Walter Reed Hospital. And that's a military hospital. And that means that things are, sort of open. It's not like private where you have, if you do poorly, we'll have to, probably you'll find out. I said, I won't do poorly. I'm a smart person, not a stupid person. And as the doctor will tell you, I aced it. Right, Susie? I aced. I got every question right. And these are tough questions. These are questions that I would say 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from the fake news, would not do well in those exams. But I'm the only one that took it. I got every single question right. And then I read in the New York Times, is Trump sharp? Trump is sharp, but they're not sharp. That's why they're going out of business, the New York Times. I hear that they're losing so much money, it's ridiculous. They're a bunch of fakers. But we can never let another thing happen like what happened to us with a fake election, with a rigged election, where a guy like Joe Biden assumes the presidency, because the man was grossly incompetent. And he was incompetent 30 years ago, but he was really incompetent for those last few years, and our country was put at great danger because of it. So for 6 months in a row, we had 0 people. Illegal border crossings along the U.S.-Mexico border have plummeted to the lowest level ever, ever, ever. Think of that. And the net benefit to our country is enormous, incalculable. America is strong and respected again. On the world stage, we're really respected. In fact, I went to a NATO and they were calling me the president of Europe. We're doing very well. We have a lot of respect. As you know, we have a problem with a war that our people are trying to settle now with Russia and Ukraine. We are not involved in the war monetarily anymore. Biden gave away $350 billion like it was candy. That's a massive amount of money. And much of it in cash, a lot of it in equipment. I don't give away anything. We sell the equipment to NATO. The European nations pay us for the equipment, 100% price. And then they bring it to Ukraine or whatever they do with it. But we're trying to get that settled. I've settled 8 wars. This would be the 9th. And our people are over in Russia right now to see if we can get it settled. Not an easy situation. Let me tell you what a mess. It's a war that never would have happened if I were president. Not even a chance. And it didn't happen for 4 years. We've renamed the Department of Defense the Department of War, and I thought that would be controversial. And frankly, I tell you what, I haven't met one person, there's not one person I've met that doesn't like it. You know, think of it. We won World War I, World War II, everything in between, everything before it. And then we said, let's change the name. So we changed it back to what it was, Department of War, and Pete's doing a great job. We ended 8 wars, think of that. 8 wars, but we're going to do one more, I think. I hope. Every time I end a war, they say, if President Trump ends that war, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. If I end that war. Well, he won't get it for that war, but if he ever gets it for the next war, now they're saying, if he ever ends the war with Russia and Ukraine, he's going to get the Nobel Prize. What about the other 8 wars? India, Pakistan. Think of all the wars I ended. I should get the Nobel Prize for every war, but I don't want to be greedy. Actually, the woman who got the Nobel Prize said, "You've got to be kidding. Trump deserves the Nobel Prize." So that was very nice of her. I appreciate it, which is true, actually. But I don't care about that. You know what I care about? I care about death. I care about all the people that are dying. And last month, 27,000 young people died, mostly young people, mostly soldiers, despite some missiles being shot into Kiev and other places. But think of it, mostly young people. 27,000 people died between Russia and Ukraine last month. What a shame. So we're restoring law and order to our cities and towns. If you look at what's happened, and I want to pay my deepest respects to those 2 incredible people from the National Guard in West Virginia they came from. I spoke to their parents. Sarah is gone. She passed away. She's looking down on us now, and she loves her parents, and they loved her. They were, somebody said, how are they doing? I said, the word is devastated. Doing. How are they going to do? They're devastated. The rest of their lives they're going to be devastated. She was an incredible person, highly respected, top of her class, everything. She was like a perfect human being. 20 years old, just started. She was like a baby. She was so proud. They were giving her a promotion. And she told the parents that she was getting a promotion. And they were so proud of her. Then they get a call that this happened. And we have one young man who's fighting for his life. He's fighting very hard. I think he's probably doing better than anybody. They said he didn't have a chance. I'll tell you, the one who said he's going to live is his mother. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to live. I spoke to her very soon after this horrible event took place with this scum that is able to come into our country. I spoke to his mother. Sir, he's going to be okay. I'm telling you. No doctor thought that. Nobody thought that. He was hitting bad places, and she was like so positive. It was incredible. And it's possibly right, Pam, right? Possibly right. Boy, it would be amazing. If he lives, it would be amazing. A miracle, actually. But we're very proud of those two people. We're very proud of the National Guard. We're very proud of our military and our police and our firemen and women. If you go back and take a look a year ago, year and a half ago, it all changed, I think, on November 5th, the day of the election. But you go back before that, you couldn't get people to join the military, Pete, right? They didn't want anything to do with military. They wanted nothing to do with joining the police or the fire. They wanted nothing to do with anything. They had no spirit. The country it had no spirit, nothing. And now we just had the highest recruitment in history. And we're getting great people. We're getting great people. And I will say, despite what just happened, Washington, D.C. has become a really safe place. And I guess this lunatic probably was upset that the National Guard is so effective, because we were really, really effective, and we are. And Washington, D.C. is now considered a very, very safe city. We had crime numbers a year ago that was so bad, embarrassment, that the city, the capital of this country, could have numbers like that. And Washington now is, no murders, no this. It's been a miracle also what happened here. And now we're in Memphis, and we're going to New Orleans pretty soon. Over there, the governor called me. He'd like to have us go there. Governor Landry, great guy, great governor. He's asked for help in New Orleans, and we're going to go there in a couple of weeks. And we're doing a real job. Even Chicago's down a little bit because we have a minor force there. We could knock it down within 4 or 5 weeks. We could bring it down to almost nothing. But we have a governor that's grossly incompetent, and we have a mayor that's even more incompetent than the governor. He's a very low IQ person. And typically low IQ people don't make good mayors. So I want to thank all of our cabinet members. They're high IQ. Let me see, one. Yeah, generally speaking, a couple I'm a little concerned about. No, but I want to thank, we have a great cabinet, an amazing cabinet, amazing people. All of them, sort of have become stars. We're getting credit for the good cabinet, actually. And I just want to wish everybody a great holiday. We've I think, done a great job with the White House, bringing the White House back. You see the Palm Court that was redone. The Lincoln bedroom was redone. The Lincoln bathroom is now gorgeous, like it should have been. It was terrible green tile that was never the way it was supposed to be. It was done in the 1940s, actually, but it was not proper. And we're restoring the White House just like we're restoring the country, and people are thrilled. But the First Lady's done a beautiful job with the Christmas trees and all the decorations. I see the wreaths on the windows. I've never seen that before, on the windows of the White House. And it's 4 stories high. I said, how did they get that wreath? They had people going up in a little dangerous. I wouldn't want to do it. But they put them up, and we have wonderful people working in the White House, and they're really proud to bring the building back. Because this building was a little bit like the country. It was mishandled, it was mistreated, and now it's being given love. And we're building one of the great, I think, maybe the greatest ballroom. We needed it for 150 years. They've been asking. You see the trucks and cranes and excavators in the background, and you hear them, and every time I hear them, I love the sound. To me, I love the sound. I wouldn't say my wife is thrilled. She hears pile drivers in the background all day, all night. They go till 12 o'clock in the evening, day, night, pile drivers. Darling, could you turn off the pile drivers? I'm sorry, darling, that's progress. But no, we're doing great. It's going to be I think it's going to be the finest ballroom ever built, and we're going to have it here. They've wanted it for 150 years. Think of that. So I will just end by saying I want to thank the cabinet. It's been a great cabinet. Let's think of it. Time flies, but this is our last of the year, as I said, and I just think you've done a fantastic job. And we're going to go around the room. We'll go quickly, but we're going to go around the room, and we'll start with Pete. and you'll tell us about some of the achievements. And some of you have achievements that are so big, I don't want you to go through the whole thing because we don't have time. But we'll start with Pete, and then if you want, we'll take some questions at the end. Please, Pete.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen. When I had a chance to be on a aircraft carrier destroyer over Thanksgiving, the spirit in our ranks since the election under President Trump is unprecedented. I've never seen anything like it as a soldier myself in uniform, and I know a lot of you feel the same way. We've ripped out the DEI and the political correctness. It's all merit-based at the department. We're getting back to basics: accountability, training, readiness, lethality, and that's reviving that spirit. And Mr. President, we're rebuilding the military, historic investments. I just took briefings on the Golden Dome and F-47, next generation capabilities that are going to make sure that for generations to come, America has the most powerful, most capable, most lethal military in the world, which you have rebuilt once and we're rebuilding again. And then we're reestablishing deterrence and credibility. If you look at what happened, we deal with every day the outcome of what happened in Afghanistan, the debacle under Joe Biden. We just dealt with it in the streets of Washington, D.C. with those 2 National Guardsmen. And then what happened on October 7th with Hamas, what happened in Ukraine, a war that never would have started under President Trump. We're having to rebuild that. So whether it's freedom of navigation and taking the fight to the Houthis, whether it's Midnight Hammer, those beautiful B-2s going 37 hours back and forth, undetected, delivering with precision, and Iran not getting nuclear capabilities, Europe and NATO stepping up to 5%, locking down our southwest border. It's been an honor to work with Christy and Tom and everyone else down there to lock it to 0, operational control of our border. And then it's getting after and going after narco-terrorists and designated terrorist organizations in our own hemisphere. As I've said, and I'll say again, we've only just begun striking narco boats and putting narco-terrorists at the bottom of the ocean because they've been poisoning the American people. And Joe Biden tried to approach it with kid gloves and allowed them to come across the border. Cartels take over community, 20 million people, hundreds of thousands of Americans poisoned. And President Trump said, no, we're taking the gloves off. We're taking the fight to these designated terror organizations, and that's exactly what we're doing. So we're stopping the drugs, we're striking the boats, we're defeating narco-terrorists, and we're standing...
And Peter, you may say one thing, that drugs coming in through the sea by sea are down 91%. And I don't know who the 9% is.
I'm not sure either, sir.
But down 91% by sea.
We've had a bit of a pause because it's hard to find boats to strike right now, which is the entire point, right? Deterrence has to matter, not arrest and hand over and then do it again, the rinse and repeat approach of previous administrations. This is meant to get after that approach. And I will just end by saying, as President Trump always has our back, we always have the back of our commanders who are making decisions in difficult situations, and we do in this case and all these strikes. They're making judgment calls and ensuring that they defend the American people. They've done the right things. We'll keep doing that, and we have their backs, Mr. President.
Good job. Thank you very much. Howard?
So we set out to stop the ripoff of the United States of America. This is about global change of trade. We've been ripped off since 1945 when we set this policy. So we set out, and together with my partners, Jameson Greer and Scott Bessent, we set out to change that. So we started, the first one was the UK deal, right? We asymmetric. They pay us 10%, and we get charged nothing. That allows us to export, and that began the process. Then we did the biggest, the European Union, 450 million people, $20 trillion economy. They completely opened their borders to us, and we charge them 15%. That makes America $100 billion a year and turns it back to where our economy is the best. And so it proved that President Trump's trade agenda was the right trade agenda. Then we go to Japan and Korea. They offer us $750 billion in cash to build in America at the president's direction. And we're going to start, as an example, nuclear. Right? We need to have a nuclear arsenal in America of power, the generation of power. So we're going to build hundreds of billions of dollars, financed by the Japanese and the Koreans, meaning they give us the money, we build it here, and we split the cash flow 50-50. We're going to build ships, $150 billion worth of ships in America that changes the way things work. right? After those trade deals, then you go to how are we going to reshore, right? Let's start talking about the auto industry, right? We've been competed against by Koreans, the Japanese, the Europeans. We're kicking our tail. President Trump changed it. 25% tariffs, bring it all home. This year, General Motors stock up 40%, Ford up 34%, and on the same day that we announced we had set all the tariffs, Sean Fain, the head of the United Auto Workers, called and said, I can't believe I'm calling a Republican Secretary of Commerce to tell the president that this is the greatest administration for auto workers in America. Stocks up and auto workers up. That proves that President Trump understands how to take care of the whole ecosystem, both the companies and, more importantly, the people who work there. Semiconductors, right? We didn't build any. The Biden CHIPS Act was a $60 billion giveaway, right? We've now turned that. $300 billion is committed to America. That's going to go up to $750 billion in the next 60 days, right? And then you go to pharmaceuticals, right? $250 billion being invested in America, and then working together with Bobby Kennedy, right? Pounding away on that MFN, working together as a joint team. They're coming to over $250 billion and cutting prices in half. We did the golden share of U.S. Steel to make sure the Mon Valley is protected. Intel gave us 10% of the company, make tens of billions of dollars, right? And the last thing I will say is a year ago today, I was working on transition with President Trump, right? To build the greatest cabinet ever for the greatest president ever. And I, as I sit here today, I can't be more proud of how you did it, sir. You've created the greatest cabinet. It is a joy to be at this table.
You know, one thing we will mention, so they came to see me from Intel, and they had a problem. I said, look, we'll fix your problem, but I think the United States is entitled to 10% of your company. And the chairman looked at me and he goes, you have a deal. Tell him, how much money have we made since I made that deal?
It's only $40 billion.
$40 billion. We made $40 billion. That was, what, 3 months ago? Does anybody write about it? Nobody writes about it. That's okay. Mr. Secretary, how we doing with transportation?
Well, Mr. President, so just quickly on aviation, many of you heard that we have an infrastructure made of copper. We have to transition to fiber. The last administration said it was going to take more than 10 years to complete the transition from copper to fiber. They had no plan to actually do it. We have already completed a third of this transition from copper to fiber. Now it's going to take longer for us to go from analog to digital. By the way, the rest of the world transitioned 20 years ago from analog to digital. We are just going to do that at the FAA right now, but we're buying new radios. We're going to buy new radar. By the way, those radar are going to be made in America, Mr. President. This phase of the operation will be completed by the time you leave office. It's 3 years. I do need another $20 billion, Congress, to start the second phase, which is really important, and we'll try to get that done also in that 3-year time period, but we need the money, critically important. With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot the crashes that have taken place around the country, and what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so, in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses. We've closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses, all critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people, shameful. We've cleaned up Union Station here in D.C. per your directive. We're going to rebuild Penn Station in New York. We're going to break ground at the end of 2027, get that project operational. And, Mr. President, a lot of us, I fly commercially, I fly back by the bathrooms. I don't know why that happens. They put me in the back. But, we've asked Americans to bring their better selves, to bring civility back to travel, to say, listen, let's say please and thank you. And if yeah, well, someone's pregnant on your flight and you're as strong as Pete is, well, pick up the bag and help her put it in the overhead bin. Let's be nice to each other, is what we've asked. Maybe not wear pajamas or slippers on the airplane. And I think it's been received fairly well, and I think we can all have a better travel experience when we do that. And just the last point I'll make is there was a big football game where the Merchant Marine Academy that falls under DOT actually beat the Coast Guard with Christy Nome. We beat them by 1 point, and so we're very proud of that. And, so well done, Kings Pointers.
So a little bit in a nutshell, we're rebuilding the air traffic control under boot edge. It's supposed to be boot edge. Who's another grossly incompetent person? He'd get in his bicycle, ride to work, and he was just terrible. What they do is they take the fiber optics and they take fiber, trying to hook it into copper, and fiber and copper don't mix. You can't do it. But people knew that for the last 30 years since they started doing the fiber. And they spent billions of dollars, and it didn't work. And you saw that by the helicopter crash. You saw that by Into the Plane. You saw that by a lot of things. So we're doing a brand new air traffic control system, and it's going to be the best, and it's going to be from top to bottom. And we have the 3 top companies in the world bidding on it. And it's going to be one bid, and we're going to have one company responsible, and it'll be the best system. And it's going to make this. Look, our skies are safe. Otherwise, we wouldn't let people fly. But we're going to have the safest skies. We're going to have the best system anywhere in the world. We're also going to rebuild Dulles Airport because it's not a good airport. It should be a great airport, and it's not a good airport at all. It's a terrible airport. It was incorrectly designed with a good building. Actually, it's got a beautiful terminal. Saarinen was the architect, one of the greatest architects in the world at the time. A great architect. And so they have a great building and a bad airport. But we're going to turn that around, and we're going to make Dulles Airport, serving Washington and Virginia, Maryland, etc. We're going to make that into something really spectacular. We have an amazing plan for it. And other things, but you're doing a really good job. I appreciate it.
The people movers of Dulles, we had a crash recently, so we're going to announce that later today. A request for bids on this, but again, it's a not a great airport, which we can make great in this administration, Mr. President.
We have a design that's amazing for Dulles. It's going to take Dulles and make it a really bad. It was a badly designed airport. We're going to make it into as good as there is in the country. It'll be exciting. Okay, please.
All right. Well, Mr. President, it's good to be here at this meeting because in 1 year you can look around the table and see the change. And I think one of the biggest changes is how this cabinet works together. And I want to start there. This has often been said, I found out some things this year that I didn't know, that the Department of what was Defense, now Department of War, and the Veterans Department had never really communicated. Now, we're fraternal twins, in a way. Pete and I are. He lives better, I'm better looking. But in looking at this, I mean, he brings them in. He keeps them for a number of years, up to 20 or longer, and then they come into what the country is committed to our veterans. And if you don't have both ends working correctly, then recruitment lags, morale lags, and we've been able to work and fix a great deal of that. I didn't need to change our name, but I did do one thing. I put the veteran back first at the VA, and we did that in 1 year. How did we do that? We started taking things that have been neglected for a long time and put them back. We had a backlog in which we've dropped over 160,000. We're not talking year-to-year change at the VA. We're talking 5-6 years. We have to go back 5 to 6 year prior COVID numbers to see the change of backlogs that are now reduced. We do it in 6 months instead of the long time it took. In fact, it grew under the Biden administration. It shrank over 160,000 under us. Champ VA, which is a program we have, has basically been back to day to day. It was at a terrible state, which delays and claims and everything's going on. We've got that back. We're doing things like taking a new look. I have one question that I ask when I go to my hospitals, which, by the way, over 170 hospitals, 1,200 clinics, and I ask the people one thing, Mr. President. I said, what are you doing right now that if you were just honest and I wasn't standing here, you say, this is stupid? It's been amazing what we've gotten and the feedback that we've had. We've been able to change how we do credentialing, how we do privileging, how we do hiring. We're all working through that. And it has all made a difference for our veterans as we go forward. C&P exams for veterans out there listening. If this is the one where disability claims, well, they say, well, let me send you to a doctor to make sure. Most of the time we have that already in the record. We're working now to where those could actually be changed, where we just look at the record and not have to send them to the doctor. That's almost a $3 billion savings that we can let, and also not taking what the veterans get. We're also getting ready to announce here pretty soon a reorganization that's going to bring our hospital system organizationally in line with the 21st century. We are the largest healthcare organization. It's about time we acted like it, Mr. President. You gave that leadership, and we're going to do it. And also one thing, community care contracts getting ready to go out. It's one of the largest contracts in the federal government, but it does exactly what you and I have talked about before, making sure that our veterans can get care in the system or in the community, wherever they want it. We're getting ready for that. Now, I have one thing for all the press who really enjoyed the first of the year, saying, oh, you know, they're going to cut all these jobs, 80,000 this, 80,000 that to VA. Mr. President, every success that I just gave you came after the fact, or pretty much after the fact, that we had 30,000 take early retirement. Early retirement, no risk, although you reported it as loss and risk, you can't help yourself. 30,000 took a retirement. Every bit of the success that I just told you about came with a reduced workforce. It was a motivated workforce that said, how can we take care of veterans? That's what this cabinet does. That's what we're doing for you, Mr. President.
And you've got the highest approval rating we've ever had at the VA, so that tells you something. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. Jameson, please.
Well, there's been some activity on trade this year. You know, for about 75 years, we had a system, global trading system, that was premised on the United States having totally open borders, right? Not just on immigration, but on goods and services, and everyone else generally kept higher tariffs, higher non-tariff barriers, etc. Obviously, the outcome was we had a huge trade deficit. You took it head on. You gave all of us who work on the file a lot of leverage. So we spent the past 10 months or whatever we've been doing now just going around the world and flipping the script. So now we're in a situation where we've protected our industries, we have the tariffs, and the other countries have decided to take their tariffs down and non-tariff barriers. And we've done it in a very constructive way. We've achieved agreements on reciprocal trade, which are a new kind of trade agreement that's really focused on making sure we have balanced trade, we have reciprocal trade, that we're treating each other fairly. And it's been embraced by the international community. And it's going to be exciting to see what it's like 5 years, 10 years from now, because you've changed it. And that's how it's going to be now. And I think you should be commended for it, and we look forward to seeing what comes in the next few years.
Thank you very much. You're doing great. He's doing a great job. Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last time I was here, I said that the amount of dereg that we had for regulatory was 30-1. Since then, it's up to 48-1. Your goal had been 10-1, which was in excess of 6-1 in the first term. It's actually much higher than that, but I made my team redo the threshold a little bit because it sounded so unbelievable. But the amount of work that's being done with this entire team is astronomical. And another detail in that is that when we propose a rule, some of the biggest ones that you care the most about don't go into that count until they are finalized. So next year's we should be even more eye-popping. One of those to talk about is the federal acquisitions regulations, which you gave us a charge 6 months ago to dramatically reduce. In 6 months, we've lowered it by 25%, 500 pages, 2,700 mandates, which is a third of the mandates. That's going to lead to savings, competition, and speed. So probably $40 billion for the agencies in savings over the course of 10 years. When we get up and running, it'll be north of between $200 and $400 billion. Competition, about 45% of government bids only have one bidder. So you got no competition in that situation. That will now change, and then we're just getting faster. Months, and hopefully we turn it into years, which means you all around this table can buy things that you need quickly, and that you have better vendors to come, many of them small businesses who want to participate in the federal procurement process. So making all sorts of improvements on that front is very exciting. Thank you, Mr. President.
That's great. And great on the regulations. We're cutting them at levels never seen before. And I have the record from the first 4 years, but we're blowing that record away, so it's been really great. Good. Scott?
Yes, sir, Mr. President. Great to be with everyone. And you know, when you were giving your report, which was fantastic, and I listened to the report of all my colleagues here and those that will come, it reminds me when I played in the NFL, we had this thing called game film. You know all about film. And we had a saying that said, the film don't lie. The film tells a real story. And I hope that the American people when they watch the film that's going on now and this time in our history, that they will see that America is greater today than it ever has been. And so I thank you for that. And thank you for giving us good stories that we can tell for the American people.
Scott, we're saving our country.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I don't want to be braggadocious. We're saving our country. Our country was going down and would never have been able to come back. We're saving all of us, but we're saving our country. All right, go ahead, please.
So at Housing and Urban Development, in keeping with your executive order, sir, in making America's streets safe and beautiful, again, we've been very intentional about making public housing in our country safe. And I want people to know, our colleagues know this, but people in America know that we actually care about people that live in public housing around our country. A lot of public housing is wrought with crime, sex trafficking, drug trafficking, illicit drugs, illegal aliens living in public housing, but we've put them on notice to let you know that it's not lost on us. We care about the people, we're paying attention to it, and we're gonna root out crime in public housing. We've been very focused on working with the Memphis Safe Task Force, the DC Safe and Beautiful Task Force, working with Pam and Chrissy and others, and law enforcement. Our law enforcement is tremendous. Every single night they go out and they go to public housing to make sure that our people are safe, mothers and children are safe. And so at HUD, you know, it's a different day. We're running new plays. The film was real bad when I came in, I'm gonna be honest. But we are giving the people that live in public housing the assurance that they will be safe. And we also announced a new crime hotline, sir, that people that live in public housing, if they see criminal activity, if they see illegals living there, if they see drug trafficking, if you see it, if you hear it, report it. Don't be afraid. And so work with our Office of Inspector General. We've set up this crime hotline, and also working with Chrissy and Department of Homeland Security, making sure that everyone that lives inside of public housing is accounted for and that they are American people. And so I say that and I emphasize that to know that we prioritize American people and American people only. Lastly, sir, in Atlantic City, we took over the Atlantic City public housing because the living conditions were deplorable. And they have people that have been living there for 3 generations and they were being treated very bad. And so I took it so that we can now give people a safe place to stay. And working with the First Lady in the Foster Youth Initiative has been a great joy for me and our team. So thank you for doing that executive order to make sure that our foster youth have a safe landing pad and have financial literacy as they age out of the foster youth system. And so you talked about affordability. HUD has supported over 1 million Americans in home ownership and affordability, and over 560,000 are first-time home buyers. So I hope that the press will write about that good news, that 1 million people are able to own a home and to refinance their homes. And sir, we are moving our building from DC to Alexandria, Virginia. So thank you for your support. We're going to save the American people about $500 million. So that's my report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Scott, very much. Brooke?
Well, coming off of Thanksgiving, moving towards Christmas, I think it's the season of Thanksgiving, and 2 words for me are gratitude and joy. Gratitude to you for, as Howard said, bringing this team together. I say it a lot, but I'll say it again, that this is like family at this point, and I don't know that there's ever been an organization like this, at least a government like this in the history of our country. These jobs are hard, but the joy every day in getting to fight for America and save the country is the privilege of all of our lifetimes, I believe. So thank you for that. At U.S. Department of Agriculture, the People's Department, Abraham Lincoln launched this department in 1862. But under your leadership, we have finally, again, put farmers and ranchers and rural America first. In the last year, it's no longer DEI, climate change, sending out money based on the color of a farmer's skin. It's now about literally putting farmers back at the center of it. And under the last administration, we talked a lot about affordability. We'll continue to talk about that. But under the Biden administration and the destruction of our economy and the cost of inflation, interest rates for farmers and ranchers went up 73%. Labor went up 47%. Fertilizer went up 36%. Fuel went up 28%. So when you think about the extreme economic strain that a lot of our farmers are under in our farm economy, these are massive, massive numbers that will take some time to get out from under. But we've already seen the beginnings of the movement toward more affordable food, housing, fuel, et cetera, and that will only continue to trend as we work to solve those issues. My partners in trade, of course, they do the work, but I'm constantly talking to them about selling more soybeans, selling more corn, getting more of our products out. But when we really think about how to solve for this idea that for so long our farmers, many of them have been farming for government checks instead of moving their product around the world, these trade deals change that forever. And it isn't one trade deal or two trade deals, it's dozens of trade deals. And so talking about rural prosperity and bringing the golden age back to rural America, which has been lost for too long. And we're going to focus on that next year, hopefully with our Vice President, many of our cabinet members. But the opportunity to do that under these new trade deals is unprecedented. And so just putting farmers first, our ranchers first, Mr. President, is such a huge priority and an accomplishment of the last year. The second quick thing is lawfare, and I know you know this better than anyone in the country. When a government politicizes and weaponizes their power to go after average, everyday Americans, well, from you, the top of the heap as president, but all the way down to the ranchers in South Dakota, the Maud family, who were facing jail time over a fence line dispute that had been in their family for 130 years. We fixed that. The family, the Henry family in New Jersey, who were facing their farm being taken away for eminent domain to give to affordable housing, we fixed that. So being able to completely change the trajectory of private property rights, but especially as it has to do with our farmers and ranchers and our rural communities, changes everything for our country. And then the third thing, we have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, but when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now big good piece of news that I hope is written about, since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan with better jobs, higher wages, etc. But still, when we found 186,000 dead people's Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government, to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure that those who really need food stamps are getting them, but also to ensure that the American taxpayer is protected. 21 states said yes, not surprised. 29 states said yes, not surprisingly, the red states, and that's where all of that data, that fraud comes from. But 21 states, including California, New York, and Minnesota, the blue states, continue to say no. So as of next week, we have begun and will begin to stop moving federal funds into those states until they comply and they tell us and allow us to partner with them to root out this fraud and to protect the American taxpayer. As Joe Biden was working to buy an election a year ago, he increased food stamp program funding by 40%. So now as we continue to roll that back. So the partnership in Making America Healthy Again is also in food stamps, but a lot of what Bobby and I are doing together is really remarkable. But again, just gratitude and joy for this work, and so grateful to you. The final thing I'll say, a lot of gratitude to Secretary Marco Rubio for wearing his Aggie maroon tie as a reflection of Texas A&M beating Florida handily about a month ago. So Marco, I want to thank you, and much gratitude and joy in my heart as well. Yes. But thank you, sir.
We also have to say something about China with one of the largest purchases ever in our country, the soybeans.
Yes, sir.
And so I want to thank President Xi. We had a great meeting. We were in South Korea, and I went to a lot of other places too, but we met in South Korea, and President Xi was great. And China gave us among the largest orders in the history of your world, agriculture.
That's right.
So.
And sir, may I say, this is the This is the remarkable result of real leadership and your real leadership. Just a couple of days ago, China announced that they were going to halt all purchases from Brazil because they had found some irregularities in some of the soybeans they're buying from Brazil. And what that means is a continued signal that this country and our farmers produce the best, highest quality soybeans, sorghum, et cetera, in the world. And what you've been able to do is open those markets up and again, move toward an era where our farmers are not so reliant on government checks, but they have the markets to sell their product. Having said that, we do have a bridge payment we'll be announcing with you next week as we're still trying to recover from the Biden years. That's right.
To help the farmers. We're going to help the farmers. They did not help the farmers.
That's right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Scott?
Mr. President, it's been a great year on the economy, but the best is yet to come. The tens of trillions of dollars that have come in investment, both the portfolio investment by companies, investment by countries, that is turning into a CapEx boom for the U.S. Capital expenditures up 15% in history. When CapEx is up, jobs will follow. The One Big Beautiful Bill is an incredible, as you said, thanks to your leadership, along with Speaker Johnson, Senator Leader Thune, we had that done on July 4th, which everyone said was impossible. And the great thing about that bill, sir, for the American people, it's for industry, 100% expensing, build your factory here, you can write it off immediately, but you also insisted on the 4 benefits for working people: no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security, auto deductibility for American cars, and that is retroactive. So as a result, in 2026, we are going to see very substantial tax refunds in the first quarter. So the best way to address the affordability crisis is to give Americans more money in their pockets, which is what this bill has done. We're going to see real wage increases. I think next year is going to be a fantastic year. Taxes, deregulation, energy certainty. That's why everyone with your leadership is coming to America. Bond market had its best year since 2020. Everyone said couldn't be done. So we're going to have growth. We've had 2 4% quarters before the Schumer shutdown. We're going to go back to that. So not only are we going to have great growth, but it's going to be low inflationary growth. And stock market obviously is following, but next year is going to be the year for Main Street as all this kicks in. And you came in, immigration, I called it the 3 I's: immigration, interest rates, and inflation, that were killing the American people. Close the border, the promise kept. Interest rates are down, and the 10-year bond, again, best year since 2020, and inflation led by energy prices is going to roll next year. I think it's going to be a fantastic year. We can look back, be very proud of this year, but I think 2026 is going to be great for the American people, thanks to you.
It'll be great. Thank you very much. Mr. Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to serve with this great team that you've assembled. And I just want to pick up on something you said, Mr. President, because you hit the nail on the head, that it is absurd that Democrats talk about an affordability crisis that they created and the people around this table work every single day to address. You'll hear a lot of statistics today. You hear a lot of statistics in our political conversation. I think the most important statistic for the American people is that under the Biden administration, the average American family lost over $3,000 of household income. And under the first 10 months of this Trump administration, they have gained over $1,000 of household income. What that says very clearly is that we are fixing the problem that Joe Biden and the Democrats created in the last administration. If you look at every affordability crisis that's confronting the American people today, it is traceable directly to a problem caused by Joe Biden and congressional Democrats. Why did homes get so unaffordable? Because we had 20 million illegal aliens in this country taking homes that ought by right to go to American citizens. Why did tax bills get so unaffordable? Because Democrats were raising taxes while congressional Republicans under the president's leadership were now cutting taxes. Why did food get so expensive? Because we printed trillions of dollars and threw it into green scams that made our agricultural economy suffer while Americans were paying higher prices for food. On every single one of those issues, Mr. President, I think we've made incredible progress. but it would be preposterous to fix every problem caused over the last 4 years in just 10 months. I think that we've done incredibly good. But what I see over the next year, and you heard Brooke talk about joy and gratitude, what I really think this season represents for me, and I think for the entire administration, is that we have now done incredible work to fix what Joe Biden broke. And I think the next year in American growth and American prosperity could be the best year that we've had in the United States of America. It's going to happen because we're all working hard. It's going to happen because we have the greatest country in the world. But I think for congressional Democrats in particular, if they want to talk about affordability, they ought to look in the mirror. We are fixing what they're broken. We're proud to do it. It's the job that we were elected to do. But I think 2026 is going to be the year where this economy really takes off.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Great. Pam?
President Trump, thank you for talking about Sarah. Heartbreaks for her family. And Andy is doing well. His parents, Melody and Jason, wanted me to tell you, and I was with them yesterday in the hospital. He's a miracle. I was there when the surgeons came in, and they wanted you to know this. He's a miracle, and if everyone in this country can continue to pray for that family. He's got a long road ahead of him, but he is a miracle. And of course, our DC initiative is led by our amazing, and the monster will be held accountable who did this. Our marshals, of course, are leading the DC Safe effort. We have made over 7,000 arrests at your direction. DC is safe again. Working with everyone around this table, Pete and everyone. Scott and I were in Memphis together last week, and everyone, and Bobby, your HHS, doctors and medics are on the ground to help people in Memphis and DC. In Memphis, we've made over 3,500 arrests so far, and Homeland Security, Christy, you've been instrumental in this. But it's everyone working together as a team. We even have Treasury agents out there. It's unbelievable, on the ground in DC and Memphis. Of course, law enforcement first, FBI, Kash Patel has led the FBI. We have a 100% increase in the arrest of violent criminals, thanks to your leadership. DEA, led by Terry Cole, over 45 million fentanyl pills, 4,200 kilos fentanyl powder. That is the equivalent of 347 million potential lethal doses. That's unbelievable that you've taken off the streets of our country. And the weight of all the drugs combined taken off by DEA is the weight of 17 full semi-trucks of the drugs just since you've been in office. The drugs that had flowed into this country under the previous administration. ATF, led by Rob Sakata, has seized more than 31,000 illegal guns. 31,000. Unbelievable at your leadership. 19,000 of those were from trafficking cases. We've been sued on the legal front now. We have been sued 575 times. 575 times. More than every administration going back to Reagan combined. Most recently, yesterday, I was sued by an immigration judge who we fired. One of the reasons, she said she was a woman. Last I checked, I was a woman as well. 24 Supreme Court wins, President Trump, 92% success rate. We told you it would take a while to get to the Supreme Court. We're doing it at record speed, led by John Sauer, of course, Sarah and Hosh, all working together. Immigration, we're winning. Nationwide injunctions, ending DEI funding, working to secure that our federal workforce is aligned with your America First agenda, representing pretty much everyone in this room. We met with your general counsel yesterday, Doug, working with everyone. It's nonstop. ICE, of course, we're winning there with Christy. We're Brooke, SNAP benefits, won there. Marco, USAID. Pete, National Guard, of course, going nonstop. Our U.S. attorneys are fighting violent crime, working around the clock to make America safe again, which was your directive. Our Civil Rights Division, suing Gavin Newsom 3 times now, Prop 50, keeping boys out of girls' sports, and in-state tuition for illegal aliens. We've sued over election integrity. We are litigating major universities with Linda. Thank you, our Civil Rights Division, for everything that you've done to end DEI in our schools. our civil division fighting sanctuary cities every single day, and of course our antitrust division with Google, major settlement. Our attorneys are working on terrorism, TDA, MS-13, Antifa, President Trump. We've charged more than 500 defendants with assault on federal officers thanks to your directive. And also, we have dropped countless cases against Americans that were prosecuted under the Biden administration, including J6, COVID, FACE Act, and more. And as everyone knows, we cannot talk about pending grand jury investigations, but no one is above the law, and that includes what happened in Arctic frost. I hope everyone has a very Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays. Thank you for fighting for our country.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please, Laura.
Great. Well, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for allowing me to be at this table. When I came on board, I knew really none of you in this last year, and it's been a year, Mr. President, since I've had the pleasure to serve this country on the workforce. Everybody said the Department of Labor would be quiet, fly under the radar, you won't have to do too much. Absolutely not, because you made the American people realize the American dream is real for the American workforce. And it's been under your leadership, Mr. President, that over 2 million jobs that has been created since you started have been native-born workers. And that is the difference between this presidency, this administration, as opposed to the Biden administration, where mostly foreign-born or federal government jobs. And I think through the private sector, over 2 million jobs of native-born. And so the Labor Department has wasted no time in putting that into action with our Make America Skilled Again, either grant dollars, but the intentionality of the apprenticeship program, 1 million active apprentices across this country. We have done over 250,000 new apprentices so far in the first year and registered over 2,000 new apprenticeship programs. Why do we need the apprenticeship programs with the men and women in the trades? Because of the leadership of onshoring and reshoring, and have a lot of these companies reinvest in America. We have to build this country. We cannot do that without the tradesmen and women and the craftsmen of this country. And I think that, Howard and I, we talked about that from the beginning, and we're going to have to lean in on that because we need the labor force, 700,000 new skilled jobs with electricians, construction workers, machinists, and so forth. And as I traveled with the Vice President as well, we see that on the manufacturing floors of this country, they're in desperate need. The Department of Labor are going to get the workforce skilled again. Working with Secretary McMahon as we move a lot of the education out to our respective states, we are now working together, and we have deployed $86 million in investments, and a lot of that is in AI infrastructure jobs to have our new workforce proficient and literate in AI if we're going to continue to lead the AI race, and we're working on that. And the Department of Labor is now creating and will soon launch the AI infrastructure and workforce hub, which we will be able to track that metrics to see exactly if these dollars are going correctly. Integrating education and workforce with obviously Administrator Loeffler and I are on the road a lot together because we're talking about Main Street as well as a lot of the manufacturing jobs and how we're being an ally to our businesses as opposed to an adversary. For far too long under the Biden administration, we were adversaries to our business owners, and we want to give them a leg up always and make sure that we're paying attention. And we want our workforce to be educated. We do not need the numbers that we have seen across this country where our 4th through 8th graders cannot read, write, or do any math, and they are our future workforce. We have to depend on the American worker first. Also, lowering healthcare costs in line with the executive order. I'm working with Treasury and HHS, and rulemaking is underway to expand healthcare transparency and make pricing more affordable for our employers who offer these to their employees. Promoting retirement security. The department rescinded the Biden administration's guidance that restricted the use of crypto in the retirement investments, and we're seeing more and more of that, where we also rescinded the supplemental statement that discouraged the fiduciaries from considering the alternative assets for 401ks, and that will also come through the Department of Labor, that rulemaking. Ending abuse of cheap foreign labor at the expense of the American worker. We launched over 200 investigations into companies who will have abused and or fraudulently against the American worker. So Project Firewall was released. Thank you, Mr. President. We want the trained workforce, but we will root out the fraud and abuse, and we'll protect the American worker first. And slashing the job-killing regulations. The department has rescinded discriminatory DEI practices, and I will tell you, reducing compliance costs for businesses as it was for DEI has saved American businesses nearly $1 billion this year by just getting rid of DEI for that compliance cost that they've had to do. So, Mr. President, continuing to skill the American worker, the American workforce is going to be my mission. We have to do it faster. We have to do it quicker. We have to build so that the American people can realize that American dream that you have laid out so eloquently. And it's an honor to serve under this administration and to talk to the American workers who believe in the American dream again, the pride on their face, the pride of the American worker, the skilled men and women who build with their hands. It's an honor. Thank you, and Merry Christmas.
Very good job. Thank you very much. Chris?
Mr. President, I am honored and frankly inspired to sit at this table with this incredible team of leaders that work every day for one and only one constituency, the American people. Not this group or that group, the American people. The price of energy that's very much on the mind of Americans. The biggest determinant of the price of energy is politicians, political leaders, and policies. That's what drives energy prices. Under your leadership, what we've seen in the United States is just a steady drop in the price of gasoline, a huge consumer cost for Americans. As you mentioned early on, well below $3 a gallon right now and trending downwards. There are a number of stations in the heartland of America with $1.99 signs flying today. That's simply impossible without the leadership and changes you've brought. Now, of course, you can go to California, where the average price of gasoline is between $4.50 and $5 a gallon today in California. That's just bad political leaders there and bad policies in California.
And taxes.
And taxes.
Taxes they charge on gasoline are just insane. Terrible.
And electricity prices is a very parallel story, but it's a bigger moving ship, so the changes are a little bit slower. But Americans are outraged at roughly 30% rise in the average price of electricity across this country. But everything we are doing together is going to reverse that. Not just stop the rises, but start a downward trajectory in electricity prices. And I can say that with confidence, not because we think these policies will work. We know these policies will work, and I'll get to that in a second. We're going to stop closing power plants. We've already done that, of course. Stop closing the coal power plants and natural gas plants that were shut down. We've got over 30 gigawatts of generators just sitting there today, not allowed to run. Well, of course, we're fixing that immediately. We're going to bring on from our existing grid tens of gigawatts more capacity that'll drive down the cost of electricity. But if we look at the last 5 years to see what works and what doesn't work, the most Trump-aligned policies in the electricity sector were by, no surprise, one of your cabinet members, Secretary Burgum, for 8 years governor of North Dakota. Over the last 5 years, production and demand for electricity in North Dakota grew 35%. Think what data center boom's going to do. And what happened? Electricity prices went down. Didn't rise slowly. They actually went down those 5 years. That's the answer. Trump-aligned energy policies increased demand for electricity. Nebraska and Texas, more Trump-aligned states, had significant growth in demand for electricity. They had electricity price rises, but well below the price of inflation. Unfortunately, Biden brought all of us a lot of inflation. If you look at the other end of the spectrum, California, New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland, I could go on. What happened in those states? Policies and politicians that force the building of unreliable electricity generation, which requires new infrastructure and transmission lines. And what happened? Today they produce less electricity than they did 5 years ago. A lot of spending money and less electricity. What does that mean? Of course, much faster rises in the price of electricity. Blue states have had 1.5 times faster rise in electricity prices than red states. Red states alone, less than inflation. We need to bring those policies, you are bringing those policies to the national level. We hope the blue states will come along with us, but your policies are going to start the decline of electricity prices nationwide under your leadership by just bringing back common sense. So thank you for allowing me to be part of this team. For people here who are focused on winning, special thanks to Howard and Scotty who were there with me to see the Denver Broncos win on Monday night. Now we want nationwide wins on energy for 3 more years.
And we're doing more energy production than we've ever done by far right now.
Records across the board that'll continue to be reset every year you're in office.
Thank you very much.
Well, Mr. President, thank you for giving me a very interesting job. Some days it's a little controversial too, but it's been an honor to work for you. You are a great American. The fights that you pick are the right fights, and they're always on behalf of this country. So I appreciate the chance to do this job heading up this department. If you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists. He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted to. He put them on airplanes. He let them through our airports. If they could figure out a way to get to our shores and in our country, he just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team, because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year. They've supported us at the border and given us resources. Marco negotiates all the travel documents and relationships with other countries to take their people home. 2 million people have gone home already. The people that were here illegally, you've removed from our country and sent home. And we're going to send more home for the holidays too, and make sure that they get to be with their families in their countries. Yes.
Mostly the bad ones.
That's right. Pam.
Focus is the bad ones.
That's right.
And there are a lot of them.
Terrible, horrible people. And Pam makes sure she's fighting for us in court so that we can get up every day and be bold. We're going to hire our 10,000th ICE officer. Will be on the job within 10 days. So we have hired 10,000. We've had hundreds of thousands of applications. We've got within the department, TSA went through this government shutdown without any delays. They all showed up for their shifts and worked hard doing security. And they have been absolutely fantastic. Sir, you made it through hurricane season without a hurricane.
Yeah.
And so FEMA, you kept the hurricanes away. So we appreciate that. And FEMA is deploying resources and dollars 150% faster than ever before. So somebody does have something bad that happens to them, you are immediately there helping them and telling them they have the resources to get back up on their feet. So we have built and deployed hundreds of miles of border already. You have cut the fentanyl flow over the southern border by over 56%. You've saved hundreds of millions of lives with the cocaine you've blown up in the Caribbean. And, you told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's both, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back. And we're going to, this next year, make sure that we only put people in leadership positions in this country that love this country and have its back. So thank you for letting us get up every day and have a purpose. We appreciate you.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Mr. President, you're exactly right. We are saving this country. We're doing it one Main Street at a time, and we're doing it at record speed and at record levels. Under your leadership, small business optimism, according to the U.S. Chamber Index for small businesses, has reached an all-time high in the history of that index. So on Main Street, the economy is coming back thanks to your leadership, thanks to getting Biden inflation under control. Small businesses' number one concern right now is finding skilled labor, and that's why Secretary Chavez DeRemer and I have entered into an MOU to get to speed that workforce to small businesses that under this administration are now at record levels. 36 million small businesses have now taken on board, for the first time in the SBA's history, $100 billion. That's $45 billion in small business lending at 85,000 small businesses, most of that under your term, and $52 billion out to small business investment companies. So we are running this agency like the best run bank in the country. We are growing small businesses across Main Street, and we're deregulating to the tune of $100 billion, working with all my fellow cabinet members. And thank you for putting together the best cabinet in history. Iron sharpens iron, and thank you for bringing such a strong leadership group together. And then finally, I've walked factory floors from Alaska to Maine, and the workers, the small businesses, most manufacturers in this country are small businesses, 600,000 of them. They are so grateful to your fair trade, low inflation, deregulation agenda that is creating national security and economic security in this country like never before. And so I want to also finally thank you for bringing faith back to the White House, to this administration. I want to thank Brooke for hosting the Cabinet Bible Study and invite everyone tomorrow to Bible study and making this country something that we can be so proud of under your leadership. And I am so blessed and honored to be part of this team. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President, for your leadership. I am truly grateful to be a member of your team here at this table to help support you in delivering on the promises that you made to the American people. You came in with a very clear mandate of taking on the rampant weaponization, politicization of the intelligence community and federal law enforcement, experiencing yourself, the deep state abusing their power as they have against you, your family, and so many of the American people. Bring out accountability truly for those who have abused their power, making sure that the intelligence community is supporting your efforts in keeping the American people safe, secure, and free, and being the president of peace. I'm grateful to be in this position as your Director of National Intelligence to support you in these efforts, and I'll cover very briefly what we've done over the last year under your leadership and what we look forward to continuing to focus on next year. First of all, under your leadership, again, we've taken on a historic effort for transparency, declassification, and exposing these abuses of power by these deep state actors. We've declassified over 500,000 documents, many of which had never been seen before by the American people, put them online to bring about this level of transparency. We formed a weaponization working group, again, to be able to go after a lot of these abuses of power that have never seen the light of day, to support the accountability that under Pam Bondi's leadership in the Department of Justice is coming about. Secondly, bring about reforms to the intelligence community to make sure that we have the most effective and efficient and focused workforce that's really working on bringing about the priorities you have laid out in ensuring our country's security. And lastly, Mr. President, working with many of our partners here around the table, is going after these domestic threats. We have threats coming from both Islamist ideology as well as Islamist terrorists, foreign terrorist organizations, and those who seek to do harm to the American people, many of whom were let in across our borders under the previous administration. We are focused on these tasks and this imperative for the American people, and just appreciate your leadership, Mr. President, in empowering us to be able to conduct this service. Merry Christmas.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. Say it loud and clear. Lee?
Mr. President, your team at the Trump EPA has been crushing it all year to fix the big mess that we inherited and deliver amazing results for the American people. I've had the opportunity to visit all 50 states since confirmation earlier this year, and to hear from real people where they meet, where they live, and to bring their great ideas and their asks back to us to be able to deliver for them. At the Trump EPA, we have proven that you can both protect the environment and grow the economy. On the environmental front, since you were sworn in earlier this year, we have averaged a big environmental accomplishment every single day. On the 100th day, the 200th day, the 300th day of your presidency, each time we released a list of our top 100 environmental accomplishments. That has included a historic LA wildfire cleanup that you ordered us to complete in record time, which we did, and the Army Corps, under the leadership of our great Secretary of War, did their part as well. The federal government completely did all of the work needed to allow these residents and businesses to be able to rebuild, but poor leadership at the local and state level, unfortunately, is still resulting in these property owners unable to rebuild, and it's wrong. We also were able to reach an agreement with Mexico to be able to implement a plan to permanently end a decades-old raw sewage crisis on the southern border with Mexico. And Secretary Rubio and his team, Chris Landau, Ambassador Johnson, they've been amazing to get that done. On the deregulatory front, we have proudly launched a massive blitz that amounts to the largest deregulatory effort by any agency in the history of the United States. To put some perspective on it, in 1 year, at one agency, we will do more deregulation than entire presidencies have done across all agencies. It's incredible. You could go back across 4-year terms, 8-year terms, you've never seen this much deregulation. One agency, 1 year. In fact, when finalized, the proposed rescission of the 2009 Obama EPA endangerment finding amounts to the largest deregulatory action in the history of the United States of America. From fixing the agency's definition of waters of the United States, which is important for our farmers, our ranchers, and other landowners, to the effort to end electric vehicle mandates and promote consumer choice, eliminating regulations designed to eliminate entire sectors of our energy economy. We're thinking big and we're delivering big. We have reduced terrible derailments on diesel exhaust fluid systems. We're getting water moving faster, new pipelines and power plants built, and we're helping to unleash energy dominance. Mr. President, on the operational front, we have significantly reduced the size of the agency workforce, and we are accomplishing more with less. It's all about priorities, and our focus is on fulfilling our statutory obligations, helping to fast-track project approvals that were taking way too long, and closely following the law, as well as key Supreme Court decisions like Loper-Bright to overturn the Chevron doctrine. We inherited massive backlogs that we have been eliminating all year long. We've been implementing your executive order to end COVID-era remote work. We consolidated real estate, canceled expensive media subscriptions, and closed the Biden EPA museum that none of you knew even existed. I'm sure none of you actually visited. To put it another way, in 2024, the Biden EPA obligated and spent over $60 billion in 1 year, an agency with an operational budget of about $10 billion a year. In their own words, caught on camera, they were tossing gold bars off the Titanic, wasting precious tax dollars to pay off well-connected Obama and Biden officials. And they were doing without any apology or regret. The Biden EPA, in fact, was amending grant agreements just days before you came into office to reduce agency oversight. But this year, 2025, at the Trump EPA, similar theme that you'll hear from everyone around this table. With our actions canceling wasteful grants and implementing other measures just mentioned, we have saved $30 billion. They spent over $60 billion. We have saved over $30 billion. The bottom line, by the way, is that the Green New scam is dead. It's a new day at the EPA where we will protect the environment and grow the economy. We will deliver on the Trump mandate every day. And we will fight with just one constituency front of mind, and that is the American people. Thank you, Mr. President, for being willing to take a bullet for this country. And if you were to ask me what I'm grateful for, whether it's a Thanksgiving, it's a Christmas, a Hanukkah, a New Year's, any time of year, the fact that this president, after 4 years serving in office, he could have just left it in the rearview mirror and went on to really enjoy retirement. But he is willing to take a bullet for all of you tuning in at home because he believes in his flag, our freedom, our liberties, and to save the greatest country in the history of the world. So I'm grateful this holiday season for you, Mr. President. You're willing to take a bullet for all of us, and by all of us, it's the American public.
Thank you.
Mr. President, good morning, everyone. Well, in spite of the fact that your charge to me is to fire myself, we've really been incredibly hard at work making sure that we can return education to the states. And as I sit and listen to all the emergencies that we are addressing in this country, from the economy to our borders to everything that we're doing, I would say, sir, that if we do not fix education in our country with this hard reset that you are expecting, I think the greatest national emergency we could face is our education. Because if we are not going to educate our children, we're going to continue to fall behind the rest of the world. When there are only 30% of 12th graders, 8th graders, and 4th graders that can read at proficiency level, that is an incredibly harsh statement to make about our country. And you told me when you first were elected president, and you looked at, I think, right after you took office, the first NAEP scores, which is the Nation's Report Card, came out and showed how far down we were in educational proficiency in our country. And not only the NAEP scores, but the international scores as well showed us about third from the bottom. You told me you were not only embarrassed, but you were angry about this, and that we had to do something to change this in our country. And we took a hard look at it, and you absolutely said the bureaucracy of education in Washington is keeping its thumb on preventing growth, what we should have, because it's best handled at the state level. Letting states put their programs in place, and some states are going to do it a lot better than others. But it's not going to happen from Washington, D.C. And when I hear things like, well, with no disrespect to any other country in the world that have really great programs, Germany, Sweden, Norway, I hear about this all the time. Point of fact is, they're this big. The United States is this big. We can't do it from Washington, D.C. It has to be done at the state level. So what we've been doing, as Lori brought up, Secretary of Labor brought up, we have a great working relationship. We have already signed and implemented one MOU or interagency agreement to handle the WIOA program and the Perkins grants to make sure it works. I call these, these are programs, pilot programs that we're putting out there. And if these are going to work, we will be able to permanently transfer these programs to other agencies. They're working like a charm. We've taken some of our best people in education. It still operates under the budget of the Department of Education and under the management of the Department of Education, but working with Lori's personnel. And when I hear pushback on that to say, well, how can this possibly work to take education and put it in labor? Let's be efficient. One example, in order to draw down on a lot of the grants that they are helping us with, we're using their grant system. The grant system at the Department of Education is like held together with bubble gum and rubber bands. And it did not interact with any other agency. Now, we have this really smooth operation already in labor. So that has prompted us to sign also other interagency agreements, 2 more with labor, 1 with HHS, 1 with the Department of State, and we'll be moving other programs, but these are proof of concept. Let's make sure they're working and working smoothly before we ask Congress to codify these permanent moves. So that's kind of in the world of K through 12, what we're looking at right now, but in the world of higher education, as Attorney General Bondi mentioned, we've been working really very hard to make sure that we've got anti-Semitism and DEI out of our universities, and put some pretty stiff fines on, worked some good deals. I've enjoyed working with Harmeet, who is just an incredible negotiator. So we're bringing all of that to bear as well. So I can say, sir, that we are moving to return education to the states and to bring the level of education back up, making sure our students can read by reintroducing the science of reading in schools. And going into next year, I can honestly say we've got a lean, mean machine operating at the Department of Education. There's only half the workforce of when we started, and we're more efficient, and I think we're going to see better results as we move into next year. So thank you for this incredible opportunity.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. During this holiday season for empowering us, HHS, me, Dr. McCary, Jay Bhattacharya, and Dr. Oz, to change the trajectory of this agency towards public health in a way from the tradition of serving the mercantile interests of the medical industrial complex and the big pharmaceutical companies. 2 weeks ago, we ended, under your leadership, a 20-year war on women by removing the black box warnings from hormone replacement therapy. The medical cartel was telling women that hormone replacement therapy during menopause was dangerous for them. In fact, here's what the science said. It diminishes the risk of fatal heart attacks by 25%, cardiac disease by 50%, Alzheimer's by 35%, bone fractures by 50 to 60%. It improves appetite, it improves sleep, it improves energy, it improves happiness. There are tens of millions of women in this country who have been deprived of that therapy because of just scientific malpractice by the medical cartel. We are now remedying that, and this remedy will now be available to all women who want it during one of the most difficult transitions of their lives. MFN is one of our greatest accomplishments. It would not have happened without you. You were the only person who believed in it. You drove us to get it done. We've now made agreements with the 5 biggest pharmaceutical companies. We have 12 more in the lineup to make agreements. By the time this administration leaves office, 95% of the drugs in this country we will have the lowest prices of any nation in the developed world. Americans are already getting the benefits from these. These companies are already lowering these prices dramatically, as you've noticed. And then this week, Howard at the Department of Commerce and Jameson at the U.S. Trade Representative made a bargain with Great Britain to raise their drug prices in conformance with your promise that the Europeans would raise theirs to counterbalance us lowering ours, and therefore we would keep intact the ecosystem of innovation and protect innovation. So congratulations on that, Mr. President. When you first asked me to take this job, one of the first contacts we made was with a leading economics professor, health economics professor at Harvard. And we asked him what's the one innovation that we could do that would most dramatically improve the health care experience for the average American. And he said there's no contest, it's to get rid of prior authorization. Thanks to your leadership, we were able to convene the largest insurance companies in this country and do something that every administration, every Congress has promised for the past 30 years. We actually got it done. We convened the insurance companies representing 280 million Americans and got them to agree, most of them by January of 2026, for 2 months from now, to remove prior authorization for most of their procedures, for all the procedures we want them removed from. And that means that American patients at the point of care will be able to get an answer immediately. If your doctor says you need knee surgery, you will know before you leave that doctor's office whether your insurance company will pay for it or not. Similarly, healthcare records, the tech industry has refused to share healthcare records. You asked us to change that. We convened up to 60 biggest tech companies at a conference that you presided over about 2 months ago. We now did a secondary conference which 400 leading companies have all come in and agreed to remove any kind of blockages where individual Americans can get their own health care. Americans own their health care records, yet they were not able to access them. And if you lived in New Jersey and you moved to Oregon and you got injured, you went to a hospital, you would have to spend maybe 45 minutes filling out forms on a clipboard because your doctors there could not get your healthcare records. They couldn't get your blood type, your allergies, all the things that they ought to know immediately so they can save your life. Now that has all changed, and All these companies now have agreed to remove all the blocks on sharing healthcare records. Every American will have their healthcare records available on their cell phones. And it's already happening. In the last 6 months, there have been over 100 times the number of healthcare records shared by hospitals than during the entire previous administration. On deregulation, HHS proudly is now leading the pack, and thank you for your help on that, Russ. But today we announced the revocation of the nursing home rule, which was overburdening rural areas across this country, Indian reservations, with regulations that were going to destroy the nursing home industry in those communities. And that is going to be a $25 billion savings. Those are some of the things that we're doing because of your leadership. President Trump, thank you so much, and Merry Christmas to you.
Thank you, Bob, very much. Great job.
Well, Mr. President, you've assembled an incredibly talented group here. If you took a look at this group compared to any Fortune 500 leadership team, any group of startup folks, I mean, this is an amazing group and the breadth of what's being accomplished. And the timing couldn't be better because with your leadership and vision, you've set us up for this age of abundance as we head into next year, the 250th anniversary of this country. And what are we heading into that year? As we've talked around the table, you've heard about massively lower taxes, massively lower regulation, abundant energy, record capital investment coming in, job growth. I mean, we are set up to really have something to celebrate next year. And I just again want to say thank you to everybody around the table. You gave us one big assignment in Interior. Of course, Interior, the largest balance sheet in the world. In the Department of Interior, if it was a standalone company, 500 million acres of surface, 700 million acres of subsurface, over 3 billion of offshore from Guam to the Virgin Islands. And you said, we got to take care of that balance sheet. We got to develop those resources. And what have we done across that? Producing record amounts of oil, record amounts of gas. And again, we set out with a goal, energy diplomacy, sell energy to our friends and allies. We're exporting a record amount of energy to all of our friends and allies around the world. That's helping do that. And you're giving a gift to America as we head into this. You're giving us peace abroad and you're giving us prosperity at home. That bodes so well for our country. One small little gift that we're giving to all Americans from one teeny part of the Interior, which is the national parks, is that not only are we keeping prices low for all American citizens, offering 10 free days for our national parks next year to coincide with our holidays, but also a $100 surcharge for non-residents. That is going to raise hundreds of millions of dollars for helping restore and preserve all of our best parks. So as we close out, then I want to also say a big celebration going on here in Washington, D.C. We've been thrilled to be part of the National Park Service, the U.S. Park Police, part of this great effort across a number of us on making D.C. safe and beautiful. This will be the safest and most beautiful capital in the world. We are doing so many things, whether it's hundreds of homeless camps, thousands of graffiti sites, cleaning up ponds and fountains, preparing this thing. The United States is never going to be performing better economically. It's never going to be looking better, just like the White House has never looked better, all because of your vision leadership. So again, thank you, sir. You've given an incredible Christmas gift to Americans by setting us up for an incredible 250th anniversary.
That's very nice. Thank you, Doug, very much. Rocco?
Well, thank you, Mr. President. First of all, this is a very talented team, as you've seen, and as you know, because you picked every single one that's on. You deserve tremendous credit for doing that. It's an honor to be in this role. It's also an honor to be involved in and be a witness to what I believe is the most transformational year in American foreign policy since the end of the Second World War, at least. And it's transformational because for the first time in a long time, we have a president who basically puts America at the forefront of every decision we make in our relations with the world. And that may sound weird to people, like, of course you always do. No, that hasn't always been the case until about a year ago. And I think we've all witnessed in our own respective spaces how in every interaction the president has with the world, the goal he has in mind is very simple. Does what you want us to do, or is it what we're going, or is it going to make us stronger? Is it going to make us richer? Is it going to make us safer? If it is, he's for it. If it's not, he's against it. If something's going to make America weaker or poorer or less safe, the president's going to be against it. And every single thing he has done in our foreign policy has been driven by the American people in mind. And I can go down the list. Why has he focused on mass migration? It's very simple, because no country is safe if you can just walk in without us knowing who you are into your country. We've seen the destruction that that's wreaking, not just in our own country, but the impact that it's having in Europe and in many other parts of the world. You talk about trade deals and the trade situation has been involved in. People, all this reporting on it. It's very simple. The president views the last 40 years as an era of which American workers and American farmers have been ripped off. They've been ripped off, and what he's saying is we want to have trade with the world, but it has to be a trade in which American businesses and American workers and the products they make and what American farmers grow and produce has a fair shot to be sold around the world. On issue after issue, that's been the case. You talk about foreign aid reforms. This is not our money. This is taxpayer money. When the president has said is we're going to do foreign aid, but we're going to do foreign aid for countries that are aligned with the United States and in a way that doesn't waste the taxpayers' money. Mr. President, you deserve tremendous credit for that. Many of us, the Vice President, by the way, I want to acknowledge, has played an extraordinary role in our foreign policy, and he too has been a witness to all of this as it's been occurring, and he's been a big part of it as well. You talk about NATO. The president's not against NATO. He went to NATO and basically said, look, you guys, we're paying all the money, and he got them to do the 5% commitment, which everybody said was never going to happen. It was impossible. Everything this president does is driven by the American people. Whether you don't have to agree with the actual move, but understand the motivation. The motivation is always you, the American people, and what's good for you, for your family, for the country, and for our economy. But the president is also committed to peace in a way that all of us have seen. He achieved in Gaza, and he does it, by the way, not just because he hates war and he thinks wars are a waste of money and lives, but because he's the only leader in the world that can. No other leader in the world could have pulled off what happened in Gaza. And I can tell you, I can't get into the details. The vice president knows what I'm talking about. That deal doesn't happen without the president's direct interaction with the leaders that were involved in this decision making. And everyone said that deal couldn't hold. And then the president shepherded through the United Nations of all places to get a global coalition of countries to line up behind the peace deal, behind the border peace. And it's still, every day is a challenge, but it's been driven personally by the president. It's the reason why we're involved in this whole Ukraine-Russia conflict. That's not our war. It's not the president's war. This war started, it never would have happened if you'd been president. But this war is going on, and the president is trying to end it, not because, listen, we got a million things to focus on in the world as a country, but he's the only leader in the world that can help end it. And that's why even as we speak to you now, Steve Woodcock is in Moscow trying to find a way to end this war, to save lives of 9,000 people, Mr. President, as you want to know, are dying every week. More people are dying a week in that war than have died in the entirety of the U.S.'s involvement in Afghanistan or Iraq. Just think about that, how bloody and destructive it is. The president's taken on this issue of Sudan personally, not send out deputies to do it. Again, far away from the United States, because he's the only leader in the world that can bring it about to an end, not to mention all the other peace deals, very dangerous ones like India and Pakistan, or Cambodia and Thailand. And so on all these things, Mr. President, I think you deserve tremendous credit for the transformational aspect of our foreign policy. For the first time in probably 4 decades, the American foreign policy is driven by what is good for America and Americans, whether it makes us safer and stronger and more prosperous. If it is, he's for it. If it doesn't, he's against it. And that sort of clarity is transformational. I close with this, and I know I'm last, so I wanted to be fast, but there was a lot to cover. I do want to say this is the most wonderful and magical time of the year. By that, of course, I'm referring to the college football playoffs. And I just want to say this as a point of personal privilege. And I'm a Florida Gator, but if the University of Miami gets screwed out of the college football playoffs after going 10-2 and beating Notre Dame, the whole thing should be scrapped, and you're going to have to take over it next year.
That's great. Well, thank you all very much. It was terrific. I hope it wasn't too long, but it was very concise, and we've done a lot. This group has done a lot. Amazing. Everybody at this table has done a fantastic. And Susie, thank you for doing a great job as our Chief of Staff. First female Chief of Staff in the history of our country, which is pretty amazing when you think of it, right? And she's the best. Thank you very much. Great job. So after that, do you want to ask any questions?
Mr. President, there's been a lot of speculation about who the next Fed chairman could possibly be. You said you had somebody in mind.
Yeah.
How many names were you given on the final list? And does that person currently work on the board of the Federal Reserve?
Well, I'd say that we probably looked at 10. Then Scott interviewed some people that I didn't know, but he knew. And a lot of people were involved in the process, actually, and Howard was involved. But I think we probably looked at 10, and we have it down to 1.
Can you answer that answer? I want to ask you about Elon Musk, if I could. You talked about Elon Musk. You had him at dinner here in the White House. Is he now back in your circle of friends?
Well, I really don't know. I mean, I like Elon a lot. He was a very, he really helped during the election with his endorsement. He felt strongly. Look, we had one problem. You know, I didn't want to have everybody have to have an electric car, and he makes electric cars. And yeah, I think we get along well.
You know, on affordability, when you talk about affordability, is going forward, are the American people, do you believe, getting impatient with the reforms that you're making? They talked about it's about.
I think they're getting fake news from guys like you. Look, affordability is a hoax that was started by Democrats who caused the problem of pricing, and they didn't end it. Look, they lost in a landslide. We won every swing state. We won the popular vote. We won everything. You take a look at districts, it was 2,750 to 525, because that was an affordability problem. We brought it down. Look at energy. Look at the gasoline price. That's like the simplest, and it's the biggest, because if energy comes down, everything comes down. That's the way it works. We are going to be at 250. You said 199 in some places in the country, right? You said it. I didn't say it. And they won't check you; they'll check me. So you know, I like to use your number. 199 a gallon. Unthinkable. If you go back a year and a half ago, it's unthinkable. So no, we're bringing the prices down, way down. Beef is coming down now. We've done certain magic, and beef is coming down. But we inherited horrible prices. We inherited really the worst inflation in history. We inherited that. When I came in, that's what he had. And we fixed inflation. And we fixed almost everything, if you want to know the truth, including 8 wars. We got 1 to go, but including 8 wars. But when they always say, I watched today where they have a race going on right now in Tennessee, and this woman goes, affordability. They're the ones that caused the problem. The prices were way high. We're bringing the prices down. But they're like scam artists. You know, they're I call them con men and women. They come out, they say affordability, like, oh, I see prices. We're going to get prices down still further. But we brought them down from the prices they cost. The reason that they had the highest inflation in the history of our country is because they had the highest prices. But we brought them down, and now we have normal inflation. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, thank you so much for taking questions.
Thank you.
Assembled cabinet. I wanted to clarify something that you had said on Sunday regarding the boat strikes near Venezuela. You had said that you didn't know if the second strike on that one boat had happened, but you wouldn't have wanted it. Now that your administration has acknowledged that it happened, do you support that second strike? And Mr. Secretary, I wanted to clarify something you had said in the interview back in September, I believe on Fox News. You said that you would watch that strike live on television. In real time, did you know that there were survivors after the initial strike?
Well, look, all I know is this. Every boat that you see get blown up, we save 25,000 on average lives, 25,000 lives. They've been sending enough of this horrible fentanyl and other things like cocaine and other things, but fentanyl right now is the leader of the pack, to kill our entire nation. Because a little speck on the head of a pin can kill somebody. It's very dangerous stuff. I know so many people where their sons were drug addicts. They had one little sample, and they died. They died. They couldn't believe it. As far as the attack is concerned, I still haven't gotten a lot of information because I rely on Pete. But to me, it was an attack. It wasn't 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Somebody asked me a question about the second strike. I didn't know about the second strike. I didn't know anything about people. I wasn't involved in it. I knew they took out a boat. But I would say this, they had a strike. I hear the gentleman that was in charge of that is extraordinary. He's an extraordinary person. I'll let Pete speak about him. But Pete was satisfied. Pete didn't know about second attack having to do with 2 people. I guess Pete would have to speak to it. I can say this, I want those boats taken out. And if we have to, we'll attack on land also, just like we attack on sea. And there's very little coming in by sea. I think we've knocked out over 90% of it. There's very little, and I understand that. There's very little. We're saving hundreds of thousands of lives with those pinpoint attacks. It's an amazing thing when you see a boat going along. And, a lot of the press would like to say they're not. You see the boat. They're not maybe drugs. You see these boats. First of all, who has 5 engines on the back of a boat going in weird directions and loaded up with lots of white containers? They're bags of things. No, they've done an amazing job, and Pete has done an amazing job. But Pete, you could probably better answer the question.
No, you're spot on, sir. I think you got to start with the baseline, which Marco laid out, everybody's laid out. You got 20 million people invading our country over 4 years. We don't know where they're coming from. That includes Tren de Aragua and cartels and violent criminals. They bring drugs, and you mentioned it, Mr. President, poisoning, an intentional poisoning of the American people, killing hundreds of thousands of Americans. So the president had the courage to designate these cartels as designated terrorist organizations. Now, a number of us here served in the military and spent 20 years fighting terrorists like Al-Qaeda and ISIS on the other side of the world. How do you treat Al-Qaeda and ISIS? Do you arrest them and treat them, pat them on the head and say, don't do that again? Or do you end the problem directly by taking a lethal, kinetic approach? And that's the way President Trump has authorized the War Department to look at these cartels. And I wish everybody could be in the room watching our professionals like Mitch Bradley, Admiral Mitch Bradley, and others at JSOC and SOCOM and other commanders. The deliberative process, the detail, the rigorous, the intel, the legal, the evidence-based way that we're able to, with sources and methods that we can't reveal here, that make sure that every one of those drug boats is tied to a designated terrorist organization. We know who's on it, what they're doing, what they're carrying. All these white bales are not Christmas gifts from Santa. This is drugs running on 4-motor fast boats or submarines that we've also struck. No one's fishing on a submarine. And I have empowered them to make that call. Now, the first couple of strikes, as you would, as any leader would want, you want to own that responsibility. So I said, I'm going to be the one to make the call after getting all the information and make sure it's the right strike. That was September 2nd. There's a lot of intelligence that goes into that, building that case and understanding that, a lot of people providing information. I watched that first strike live. As you can imagine, at the Department of War, we got a lot of things to do. So I didn't stick around for the hour and 2 hours, whatever, where all the sensitive site exploitation digitally occurs. So I moved on to my next meeting. A couple of hours later, I learned that commander had made which he had the complete authority to do, and by the way, Admiral Bradley made the correct decision to ultimately sink the boat and eliminate the threat. He sunk the boat, and eliminated the threat. And it was the right call. We have his back, and the American people are safer because narco-terrorists know you can't bring drugs through the water and eventually on land if necessary to the American people. We will eliminate that threat, and we're proud to do it.
So you didn't see any survivors, to be clear, after that first strike? You personally?
I did not personally see survivors, but I stand, because the thing was on fire. It was exploded and fire and smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them, and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on the second strike, you said it happened more than an hour after the first strike?
I couldn't tell you the exact amount of time.
Minutes, or you had left the room?
I already stated my answer quite clearly.
So remember this, we lost last year, I think it was more than that, but people don't like saying it because they always said 100,000, 115,000, numbers we've been hearing for years. So we lost last year more than 200,000 people, dead people, ruined families beyond the 200,000. And those 200,000, that family will never be the same. but these people have killed over 200,000 people, actually killed over 200,000 people last year. And those numbers are down. Those numbers are down. They're way down. And they're down because we're doing these strikes, and we're going to start doing those strikes on land too. You know, the land is much easier. It's much easier. And we know the routes they take. We know everything about them. We know where they live. We know where the bad ones live. And we're going to start that very soon too.
Mr. President, thank you so much, Mr. President.
And you know what? When we start that, we're going to drive those numbers down so low. And then you're going to have families be able to live without the fear of their son or daughter just having a pill to have a little fun and ending up dying within a period of 60 seconds, right? No, we're not going to let that happen. We're not going to let it continue to happen. What Biden did to this country by allowing all these people, and I call them animals in many cases, I think they're animals, to come into our country and destroy our country and let all those drugs pour in, let people just walk across the border like it was nothing. You look at them, a lot of them, you know, you say, oh, let's not discriminate. I'm not talking about color. I'm just talking about you look into the eyes of some of these people. We're smart. And you see a killer. Come on in. Just come on in. 11,888 murderers. Many of them committed more than one murder. He allowed them into our country, totally unvetted, totally unchecked. But he also allowed drugs to come in at record numbers. And hundreds of thousands of people a year died. And we're taking those son of a bitches out, yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President, for taking your questions. I think this is the most transparent administration I've ever seen.
I'm impressed by these people. I'll tell you, how strong are you? You've been holding it for 2 hours. You know, there are very few physically. There are very few people who could do that. I'm very proud of you.
Thank you.
I have no idea who you are, but you're strong.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, last week, militia groups in Iraq attacked the Kurdistan region's gas field, the largest gas field, which even the U.S. companies invested in the energy sector in the Kurdistan region. And the Kurdistan Prime Minister requested the United States to provide them some sorts of means and defense systems in defending their civilian infrastructure and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to providing them this support? And if I had this question, tomorrow the United States is going to open and inaugurate.
Can you speak louder?
Yeah, of course.
Is that possible? You're the most gentle, beautiful voice. You're a gentle person. Go ahead. Just take fewer words and louder.
Yeah, sure. I'll repeat my first question. Last week, the Iraqi militia groups attacked one of the largest gas fields in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, which even the U.S. companies have invested in these gas fields.
Yeah.
And then,
are you from Iraq?
I'm from Kurdistan, Iraqi Kurdistan.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm working for Huda Media Network. And the Kurdistan region prime minister, he requested the United States to providing them some sort of defense system to defending these gas fields and U.S. investment in the Kurdistan region. Are you willing to helping them?
Well, we're going to look at it. I heard about it, and I'm hearing about it more now, frankly. It wasn't at the top of my list. It's a very unusual question, I think, but I assumed you're from the area, and to you it's a very important question, and to me it is also, because people are being killed. I will say this, Iraq has been much different in terms of us than they were prior to us taking out the nuclear capability of Iran. You know, Iran has gone down many, many steps in terms of its fear factor. They were the bully of the Middle East, and they're really not the bully of the Middle East anymore. And Iraq was being bullied by Iran. You know, we had a president that thought it was brilliant to blow them up, and they blew them up, and all of a sudden, instead of having a power that was basically equal to Iran, they had Iran ruling the Middle East for a long period of time. But Iraq, from the day we hit them with those B-2 bombers and knocked out and obliterated, because CNN said, well, maybe it wasn't total obliteration. Well, it turned out it was totally obliteration. It was every single one of those missiles hit its target. It was actually amazing, but it was wiped out, totally wiped out. I will tell you, Iraq has been a much friendlier place. They talk to us. The Prime Minister actually nominated me along with about 78 other countries for the Nobel Prize. I'm the only one that was nominated by almost 100 countries that didn't get it. But that's okay. But I saved a lot of lives. But Iraq nominated us for the Nobel Prize, and that was a great honor. You know, we didn't expect that from Iraq. Iraq has been a much different place since the taking out of Iran of the nuclear capability. Yeah, let's get to another question.
The meeting.
Here we go. This guy's a beauty.
Secretary Rubio mentioned the meetings ongoing in Russia today. Do you have any update from Mr. Wigfoot or Mr. Kushner on that?
No, because I've been spending too much time with you. I mean, we're spending a lot of time in here. We wanted to do this you talk about being open and transparent. This has to be the most transparent administration in history. We spent a lot of time answering your questions and giving you a lot of good results. I mean, I think everybody here gave you good results. But no, I don't. I will have after I leave here.
Or do you hope for a breakthrough, or is it not quite at that stage?
I don't know. Look, I don't know. All I can tell you is that we're trying very hard to save 25 to 30,000 people, mostly men, mostly soldiers, every month. 25,000 to 30,000 soldiers. It's impossible. That's half a stadium. Take a big football stadium. Take half of those people in a stadium, and they're wiped out. They're killed every month. It's crazy. That war is crazy. And it would have never happened with me, and it didn't happen for 4 years.
You just mentioned such potential land strikes. Can you elaborate anything on that? Are you talking
Yeah,
about
I'll elaborate. If they come in through a certain country or any country, or if we think they're building mills for whether it's fentanyl or cocaine. I hear Colombia, the country of Colombia, is making cocaine. They have cocaine manufacturing plants, okay? And then they sell us their cocaine. We appreciate that very much. But yeah, anybody that's doing that and selling it into our country is subject to attack.
So not necessarily just Venezuela.
No, not just Venezuela.
Alrighty, you have been listening in there to Trump holding the 9th cabinet meeting. You've been listening in for quite some time now. The cabinet meeting went on for about 2 hours. We're about 2 hours in. We're towards the ending part of the cabinet meeting now. As you continue to take a look there at the video, some issues with a little bit of glitching, so I do want to go ahead and apologize about that, but we are going to wrap up our coverage here on Brookland News Live. So good to be with you. Been with you now for the past, what is it now? We've been live for 5 hours and 8 minutes. There is a lot of headlines that we are following. I'll tell you, it is quite a lot. I'm Jackson Mitchell. I'll delve into some of these headlines we're following. We've been kind of putting them on the screen every once in a while for you, just so you can get an idea as to what we're talking about, what the news is saying, and where things are going so far. So again, a lot going on. Let's break down the headlines at this hour. There we go. They're on your screen there. We are talking about a lot. Except there in that meeting, addressing this second boat order, saying it was an admiral, it was outside of his kind of what he essentially said there was he said this admiral could go ahead and launch the first strike on this boat. Then there was this second strike by the admiral to kill the remaining survivors. That is what the Washington Post, this exclusive reporting, had alleged. And that began this argument like, whoa, kill all. Because in past orders, they have saved some of these survivors and repatriated them. So that's been the question here. So then Pete Hegseth kind of clarifying there, saying it was an attack that lasted about 2 hours. He had to jump to another meeting. It was an admiral that said that they could do this, authorize a second strike, and the second strike was not authorized to kill all remaining survivors. And he says the second strike was authorized by the admiral because he believed that was what was right. The press secretary, Caroline Leavitt, yesterday when we were on Brooklyn News Live talking about what things were going on, she had said it was within the law, because that's the question. What is the justification for 2 strikes when we talk about international law? She said it was within the law. She didn't say a specific law, kind of what law follows it. So that's one thing that we are following. Another thing we're following, Jonesboro Parks director, he is now being investigated for something that is unclear at this point in time. What he's being investigated for, unclear. Thought we might have a photo of him. We might hear somewhere. Give me just one moment. We did have a photo of him. I was going to show it to you guys from the city of Jonesboro, and we do have it. This is the photo provided by the city of Jonesboro. I just have to get really quickly here just some things put together just to make sure everything is said right. So again, this photo here from the city of Jonesboro, you see him there, the Jonesboro Parks director. Danny Caples. He's under investigation by the FBI and in the U.S. Department of Justice. Unclear exactly why, but we're going to keep our eyes on this one and what that is all about. Now to our next headline. Strikes on Venezuela could be coming soon. That's at least what President Trump is saying also in this cabinet meeting. When asked about it, he said it could be coming very soon. We know Venezuela, the Caribbean, where these attacks on these boats we were talking about in the first headline, where they have been happening. So now we're going to see maybe some implications here. We know the president has been on the phone with the Venezuelan leader, Nicolas Maduro, multiple times this week already. It is reporting suggesting that Maduro gave the White House gave Trump an ultimatum. All that ultimatum unclear, and if Trump is living up to that ultimatum, also unclear. Luigi Mangione in court earlier tonight, and that could also, I believe, it has wrapped up for the day. But the fight for this key piece of evidence still going on, but also a fight that evidence being what was found in his backpack. And things said when the police interviewed him after he was caught there after that 5-day manhunt at McDonald's. That is what this all is about. The defense rather saying that Luigi Mangione was not read his Miranda rights, nor a warrant was not. There was no warrant for this backpack search, they say. So that is something that's going on, something that's unclear here. We'll see where the judge rules on it. Some pre-trial hearings. The jury, to my knowledge, not in the room. Plus, you see those results there right here at the top of the hour. The polls are going to close in Tennessee in a special election in a House of Representatives district in Tennessee that has been Republican not dominated. That's the word I'm looking for. But Democrats, this new polling suggesting they could see a chance in winning that race. Matt Van Epps versus the Democrat candidate being there. So we're watching to see where things go in that race at the top of the hour. I'm sure we'll have the results in by tomorrow on that edition of Brookland News Live, and we'll provide full coverage on that and where it goes, where things stand. Does a Republican win? Does a Democrat win? That's the question. We're following a lot of headlines on this Tuesday. We'll see you right back here tomorrow at 2 p.m., guys. You have been watching this Tuesday edition of Brooklyn News Live. Wrapping it up here, I'm Jackson Mitchell. You can follow me on my social media pages that have been scrolling there at the bottom of your screen. For now, we're going to leave you on a live look here at the White House. That does it for me on this Tuesday. Have a great rest of your day.